Chapter 221. Zhong Xiaohu helped Zhong Xiaohua onto the horse's back and said with a smile, "This is your first time riding a horse. I'll lead you for 2 laps first. When you get used to it, we'll continue. In fact, riding a horse is quite simple. You just need to keep your balance with the horse and then control the reins to let the horse know your intention. These 2 horses were trained by our Misty school and are very obedient." Thus, Zhong Xiaohua sat on the horse's back and let Zhong Xiaohu lead the horse for 2 laps around the square in front of Huanxi Manor. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua had ridden a horse before and knew how it felt inside. After Zhong Xiaohu's guidance, he quickly learned how to control it. Zhong Xiaohua had also learned the levitation technique. The levitation technique was very particular about balance. The levitation technique was also very particular about balance. How could the balance on the horse's back be difficult for him? After familiarizing himself with the horse for 2 laps, Zhong Xiaohua could slowly trot the horse by himself. After running 2 laps around the square, Zhong Xiaohu also mounted the horse and said, "Well, Xiaohua, you learn very quickly. Since you have learned it, let's go back quickly." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and agreed. The 2 turned the horse's head and galloped out of the square of Huanxi Manor. At first, Zhong Xiaohua was not quite used to it. It was not only because it was his first time riding a horse and he couldn't grasp the essentials. These skills and movements were becoming more skillful as time passed. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua had always been faster with his hands and feet than his brain. Before Zhong Xiaohua could think, his body had already adapted to the posture on the horse's back. What made Zhong Xiaohua even more uncomfortable was the feeling of riding a tall horse in the middle of the road. That kind of feeling was like a thorn on his back, and that kind of feeling that the whole street was looking at him. From time to time, Zhong Xiaohua had to lower his head to check if there was anything wrong with his clothes and riding posture. This kind of feeling made his mind a mess. He couldn't even hear some of the words that his second brother said to him clearly. Zhong Xiaohu rode in front and turned back to talk to Zhong Xiaohua. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was absent-minded, he felt strange. He loosened the reins and slowed down the horse until it was level with Zhong Xiaohua. Then he asked, "Xiaohua, are you not feeling well?" Zhong Xiaohua looked around and said, "No, second brother, it's quite good." "Then, is it because you have just learned to ride a horse?" "That's right, second brother. I'm sitting so high up on the horse. Everyone on the street is looking at me. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu laughed loudly and said, It's normal. Xiaohua, when I first rode a horse, it was the same. I felt like I was the focus of the world. Everyone was looking at me, and I didn't know where to put my hands and feet. But after a long time, I realized that it wasn't like that. Although others were looking at you, they were just looking at you as if you were on the ground. How could it be called attention? It's just that I'm not used to a new environment. Once you get used to it, you'll understand. If you don't believe me, look at their eyes. They just sweep past you and don't stay on you. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he really paid attention. Sure enough, they just glanced at him. How could they be looking at him like he was thinking about? At most, they would be a little surprised when they saw such a handsome horse riding an ordinary young man. Some would only be slightly envious. Everything was caused by his state of mind. Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have wiped away some of the dust in his heart. He seemed to have understood something. Then, he laughed and shook the reins of his horse. He whipped the horse's buttocks. The horse felt the pain and quickly galloped away. This action attracted the disdain of everyone on the street. However, how could the attention of others leave any trace in Zhong Xiaohua's heart? Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua, the 2 brothers, rode their horses freely and according to their moods, gradually moving away from Pingyang City. Just as they reached the outskirts of the city, Zhong Xiaohu slapped his forehead and said, "Ayo, Xiaohua, I forgot something." "Ah!" Zhong Xiaohua was shocked and said, "It can't be, second brother. Don't tell me you didn't ask for the way home." Zhong Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, "That's not it. Millimeter, then you must have left the money you brought home in the house." "It's okay, I still have some here." Zhong Xiaohu still shook his head and said, "I won't forget those. These 2 days, I was busy cultivating my inner energy and packing my things. I forgot to look for young Master Li. He even came to our house to visit during the new year. If we don't pay him a visit when we go back this time, it will be rude. Zhong Xiaohua felt relieved and said, I thought it was something serious. I already went there. Young Master Li is not around. I heard that he went out with teacher to gather wind. Oh, you went there. That's good. Zhong Xiaohu was relieved this time. However, he immediately asked, gathering wind? What wind? Are you sure it's not gathering flowers or having a stroke? Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, I couldn't tell that second brother has such a sense of humor. Gathering wind is not what you said, which is to collect folk songs and music. Sigh, only a refined scholar like young Master Li would go to the fields to observe the customs and compose songs in addition to his studies. We are just fooling around in the fields every day. How can we have the time to do that? Zhong Xiaohu knew that he had misunderstood and said with a smile, everyone has their own interests. I wonder how father, mother, brother and sister-in-law are doing in the Guozhuang house. Let's go. Who cares if they are gathering wind or having a stroke? Let's talk about it when we go back home. Zhong Xiaohua said, that's true. However, I have already asked for young Master Li's house address. When we are free, let's pay him a visit. Zhong Xiaohu nodded and said, young Master Li treats us very well. Indeed, we should pay him a visit. When Zhong Xiaohu and his brother came to Pingyang City 2 years ago, they were empty-handed and had nothing in front of them. They were looking forward to the road ahead, but more than that, they were ignorant. They sat in the horse carriage and crashed into people in Pingyang City. Now that they were back home, they felt like they had returned home in glory. They abandoned the horse carriage and sat upright on the tall horses. The scenery along the way was really carefree. Although Zhong Xiaohua had been an escort before, it was a team after all. This was her first time riding a horse on a long journey alone. There were many differences. For this reason, Zhong Xiaohu had done his homework. Not only did he ask for the route home clearly, he also remembered the things to take note of along the way. However, with his previous experience, these were not difficult. The two of them chatted as they walked. It was not until noon that they saw a small shop by the roadside. The two of them slowed down and prepared to rest. This was a very ordinary roadside shed, very simple and crude. There were a few thin pillars in front of the shed, and a few inferior horses were randomly tied to it. Under the shed, there were only a few broken tables and a few stools. There were not many people, and they were all too lazy to sit there. When they heard the sound of the horse hooves stopping, they immediately perked up and looked outside. Zhong Xiaohu jumped off his horse first. He was about to turn around and hold Zhong Xiaohua's horse and carry him down when he saw the inferior horses tied in front of the shed and the people in the shed. He could not help but frown. At this moment, a slick-looking waiter walked out of the shed and asked with a smile, Sir, are you here for a snack or lunch? When Zhong Xiaohu saw this, he immediately said, No, we don't intend to rest. After that, he looked back at Zhong Xiaohua and gestured. He led his horse, walked a few steps, and turned over. When Zhong Xiaohua came in front of him, he whispered, Don't talk. Let's go. We'll rest in the front. After that, he whipped Zhong Xiaohua's horse. When Zhong Xiaohua's horse started to move, he clamped his legs and followed closely. When the man saw that the two men had gone far away, he resentfully walked back to the shed. He threw the black towel on his shoulder onto the seat and said, Boss, this job can't be done anymore. This is already the fourth group of people today. Why didn't they come to eat at our place? A fat man with big ears and a fierce appearance came out and shouted, Nonsense. Look at all of you. Do you look like guests who are passing by to rest? Can't you show some professionalism? Another lazy man opened his mouth and said, Boss, it's not that we don't want to pretend, but we really don't know how to pretend. If you want us to rob and be bandits, of course we are professionals. But we really can't make such a small shop and wait for people to come and beat them up. Yes, boss, don't be angry. Look at the two people just now. Their horses are worth a little money, and their clothes are also ordinary. I guess they don't have much money. Let them go. Yes, boss, it's been several days, and no one has come in. Our stick is almost rusty. It's better to rob. The boss was anxious and said, do you think I don't want to? However, the current situation is not right. It's really not suitable for us small fries to go out and make trouble. Motherfucker, I don't know what's going on in Shitsue Mountain. Since they changed their leader, it was calm for a while. They did their own things and left us a way out. But during this time, they changed their style and harassed everywhere. What integration and expansion. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have to leave our hometown and come here to make a living. Yes, boss, this is the sphere of influence of the Misty School. If we do this and are discovered by others, our lives will be in danger. That's right, boss. My heart has been pounding as well. Suddenly, the waiter hesitated and said, I have an idea, but I don't know if boss wants to hear it. The boss was very happy and said, tell me. If I say it, don't blame me. Say it, I won't blame you. Boss, I think it's better if we really open a roadside shop. What do you think? Bah, I know you can't come up with any good ideas. You don't want to do such a promising career as robbery. Why do you want to do business in a roadside shop? As soon as he heard this, the boss was anxious. The waiter quickly said, Boss, I'm just saying, just saying. The boss's face was full of hatred and he swaggered back to the backstage. When his figure disappeared, everyone was slightly relieved. When they were about to continue to collapse on the stool, suddenly, the boss's fat head and big ears appeared again and said, Howsy, what you said makes a bit of sense. Let's make a plan first and discuss it together in the evening. -2. Chapter 222. When Zhong Xiaohua saw her second brother's signal, she didn't dismount. The two of them continued on their way. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhong Xiaohua slowed down her horse slightly. She asked curiously, Second brother, what happened just now? Zhong Xiaohu said, Nothing. I think there's something wrong with that shed. Maybe it's a shady inn. Maybe it's fine. But when we're outside, we should be careful. It's better not to enter. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued. She asked, Second brother, how did you know? Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, It's just my intuition. First of all, this kind of small shed doesn't earn much money. Most of the workers are older and can't do any other physical work. That's why they stay in this shed for leisure. However, the worker we met was a young man. Anything he does can be more profitable than this shed. Secondly, didn't you hear what the worker said? Do you want a snack or a meal? What's there to eat in this shed? It's better to drink some water and sit down. These words are obviously copied from the restaurant. Oh right, the horses at the door are so old. How can someone ride them out? Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand. She asked, Are you saying that there's something wrong with this shed? Aren't these enough? Actually, let alone these, even if it's just one, it's not easy to enter. It's better to be safe than sorry. But, second brother, with our skills, what's there to be afraid of in this shed? You and I are skilled. Zhong Xiaohu shook his head and said, Xiaohua, let's not talk about whether you and I are skilled enough to stand alone in Jianghu. Even if we are good at martial arts, as the ancients say, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Who knows what's waiting for us in this shed? Knockout powder, hidden weapons, traps? In short, it's best to leave. Then, Zhong Xiaohu said seriously, also, Xiaohua, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated a few little monks from the Dailin Temple. The competition in the arena is different from a life and death battle. Don't be careless. In fact, when it came to a life and death battle, Zhong Xiaohua had already experienced it on that rainy night. The reason he said those words was nothing more than the impulsiveness of a youth. As someone who knew martial arts, it was inevitable that he would be eager to try out his skills. Hearing Zhong Xiaohu's words, although he was somewhat unconvinced, he thought that he might not be Zhong Xiaohu's opponent at this moment, so he temporarily extinguished the extravagant thought of showing his nose on the way home. Zhong Xiaohu saw that his younger brother did not speak, and knew that he was young and arrogant, so he did not say much. There were many things that he did not personally experience, and no matter how much others said, he might not believe it, especially when it came to things that he was proud of. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohu asked. Xiaohua, are you tired? We've been riding for the whole morning. Let's get off the horse and rest. Zhong Xiaohua said, it's okay, second brother. I don't feel too tired. It's okay to keep going. Zhong Xiaohu did not think of anything else. He thought that his younger brother had just mounted a horse, and the novelty was not over yet. After a while, he would say that he was tired. However, he did not know that Zhong Xiaohua did not feel tired even after sitting in the horse stance for half a day. How could he feel tired after riding a horse for only a short while? Zhong Xiaohu said with a smile, haha, even if you don't rest, you have to let the horses rest. We'll have to rely on them for the next few days. We can't tire them out so early. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua quickly tightened the reins. Without waiting for Zhong Xiaohu to help her, she jumped off the horse with a whoosh. The two of them put the horses down by the roadside and let them graze on the grass freely. They also took out the dry rations from their bags and ate a little to fill their stomachs. After resting for a while and feeling that the horses had recovered, they mounted the horses again and continued on their journey. As they had just left Pingyang City for half a day, they had encountered a suspicious straw hut. Zhong Xiaohu was even more cautious about this journey back home. However, the entire journey from Pingyang City to Lu Town was a sunny road. There were few mountain forests and mountain roads, and the chances of encountering bandits were also much lower. Moreover, the two of them were anxious to return home. The horses were also running at a fast speed. Even if there were some dangers, they were nipped in the bud. Therefore, after a few days of travel, they did not encounter any abnormalities. However, these few days of riding on horseback made Zhong Xiaohua feel both happy and worried. She was happy because riding on a horse, the wind blew in her face, broadened her horizons, and was full of freedom. She was worried because even if it was an interesting journey, she would be tired after traveling for a long time. Not only was she physically tired, but she was also mentally tired. It was not as worry-free as riding a horse carriage. Moreover, although riding on a horse was fast, it was difficult to sustain. Along the way, they had overtaken many horse carriages. However, not long after, they were overtaken. After this happened a few times, Zhong Xiaohua no longer did the boring business of overtaking other carriages. That day, it was noon. The two of them arrived at a three-way junction. Zhong Xiaohu dismounted from the horse and walked to a small tea stall by the roadside. He bought some dry rations and drank some water. After asking for some information, he smiled and said to Zhong Xiaohua, Xiaohua, look at the road in the middle. After walking for a while, we will reach Lu Town. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. She took the water bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls. She shouted, then what are we waiting for? If we speed up, we should be able to reach Guozhuang House before nightfall. Zhong Xiaohu said, that's right. Then let's go quickly. After saying that, the two brothers spurred their horses to speed up. Thinking about the road in the middle, they left behind a cloud of dust. However, not long after they passed the junction, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly pulled on the reins of her horse. She said, second brother, do you hear something? Zhong Xiaohu also slowed down and listened carefully. He said, no, only the sound of the wind. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. She tilted her head and listened carefully. She said, it's gone now. Just now, I think I heard a woman crying for help by the roadside. Zhong Xiaohu smiled. Even if it's a hero saving a damsel in distress, there needs to be a beautiful woman. This road is empty. There's no one in sight. Zhong Xiaohu shrugged and said, maybe I heard wrong. Let's go. After saying that, he was about to pull on the reins. Suddenly, he stopped and said, second brother, I heard it again. It was indeed two women crying for help. It's just by the roadside. Look, it seems to be in the forest over there. Zhong Xiaohu looked at the forest in the distance. He hesitated for a moment. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows and said, Xiaohua, there are things a man should do and there are things he shouldn't do. Let's go to the forest and take a look. If there's no movement, then it's fine. But if there's something unfair, you and I have learned martial arts together. After he finished speaking, he whipped his horse and left the main road, galloping through the forest. Zhong Xiaohua immediately followed, smiling as he walked, Second brother's words are exactly what I was thinking. I thought you were timid all the way and would shrink back when you saw something like this. Zhong Xiaohu laughed. I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. If a woman calls for help, you and I have to hide. Then we might as well go back to the Guozhuang house and farm. Why do we need to learn martial arts? The two red horses ran very fast. Soon, they came to the edge of the forest. On the way, Zhong Xiaohu also heard the faint cry for help in the forest. He couldn't help but speed up. But just when he reached the edge of the forest, he heard someone shouting in the forest. Those who want to enter the forest, listen. This is the master of Shitsue Mountain. He is doing business here. Unrelated people, don't come close. Shitsue Mountain? Hearing these three words, Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but look at each other. Zhong Xiaohua hated the strong man of Shitsue Mountain to the bone. Unfortunately, when he was bullied that day, he only had the strength to tie up a chicken and could only be a fish. Moreover, at that time, the three leaders of Shitsue Mountain were killed by Lu Mingyu, so Zhong Xiaohua forgot about it. But now, hearing that the strong men who had been defeated gathered again and bullied men and women, he couldn't help but be angry. Hearing the woman's desolate cry for help in the forest, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but recall the helplessness of his sister-in-law that day. How could he bear it? He rushed into the forest on his horse and shouted, "Your young master is always meddling in other people's business. I want to see what Shitsue Mountain is." Zhong Xiaohu watched from behind and was also shocked. The ancients said, "Don't enter the forest." The forest was often a hotbed of traps. How could Zhong Xiaohua know that? He rushed into the forest. Zhong Xiaohu was afraid that his brother would be hurt, so he quickly followed in. When they entered the forest, they saw that there was an open space in the middle of the forest. In that open space, there was a small and exquisite carriage. The carriage was very exquisite, but the carriage's roof had already been removed, revealing the two girls sitting in the carriage. Their clothes were already disheveled, and their small faces were pale with fright. The two of them hugged each other and tried their best to shrink to the side of the carriage, avoiding the two topless men who were grabbing at them by the side of the carriage. The carriage was so small that the two strong men could reach out and grab them. They struggled for a long time but failed. They were just playing with them. The two girls didn't know that. They were still hiding and shouting for help, which only made the people around laugh. There were 6 tall horses beside the carriage. 2 of them were empty, and the other 4 strong men were sitting on the back of the horses. They were coldly looking at Zhong Xiaohua, who rushed in. The girl who called for help had already heard the sound of horse hooves and Zhong Xiaohua's shout. Her panicked eyes were already filled with joy, but when she saw Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu behind her, the spark of joy was extinguished instantly. What followed was a desperate expression. She thought that if he had the courage to come to the forest and was not afraid of the bandits of Shitsue Mountain, he must be a strong man or at least a group of people. But when she saw a young boy coming in, and he didn't look like a muscular man, she felt that it was not a case of helping someone who saw injustice, but a case of sending a sheep into a tiger's den and walking into a trap. Therefore, the 2 girls couldn't even cry for help. Seeing the 2 strong men's hands grabbing their shoulders, they were too lazy to move. -2. Chapter 223. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The 2 girls seemed to have accepted their fate. Not only had they fallen into the hands of strong men, they had also implicated 2 youths in their prime. The 2 naked men beside the horse carriage seemed to have understood the girls' thoughts. With a sinister smile, they reached out to grab the girls' shoulders and tore off their clothes. Seeing this situation, Zhong Xiaohua did not care about the warning looks of the 4 men in front of her. 2 of them had even turned their horses around to face her. Instead, she tapped her feet on the stirrups and used the horse's momentum to leap up from the horse's back. She flew over the heads of the 4 men like a large bird and flew towards the horse carriage. With Zhong Xiaohua's current level of Qinggong, it would be difficult for her to use it so elegantly. However, she was sitting on the horse's back and was using the horse's momentum. Zhong Xiaohua's Qinggong was not good, but Zhong Xiaohua knew quite a bit of Qinggong techniques. Since she could easily fly in the air, then controlling her body and landing point was extremely easy for her. Besides, if she really could not do it, then she could just use the levitation technique. She could not possibly make a fool of herself when she had just pulled out her sword to help. However, when Zhong Xiaohua flew above the horse carriage and above the heads of the two bandits, she did not know what to do. The Big Dipper magical fist did not have any moves that came from above. The left-hand sword moves were all moves that came face to face. How could she subdue the enemy from above? In a hurry, Zhong Xiaohua did not have any good ideas. She could only use the 1,000-pound fall martial art to smash towards the two bandits like a meteor. At the same time, her two fists did not care about any moves or changes as she smashed towards the two bandits' heads. The two girls stared blankly at this unbelievable scene, and their eyes lit up. As for the two bandits, they were facing Zhong Xiaohua, so how could they know what was going on behind them? Seeing the two girls in a daze, their hearts itched. But before they could tear their clothes apart, they felt a huge force on their backs, and then their heads were smashed like hammers. Their vision turned black, and they lost consciousness. Zhong Xiaohua knocked the two bandits unconscious before clapping her hands and turning around to face the four bandits on the horse. Of the four bandits, two had already turned their horses around to welcome Zhong Xiaohua. But when Zhong Xiaohua flew away, she left them facing Zhong Xiaohu, who was coming from behind. As a result, the four bandits fell into the pincer attack of the two brothers, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu. When the four bandits saw this, they immediately pulled out a steel knife from their waists with a whoosh sound and became alert with nervous expressions. One of the older bandits called out, "Who are you two? You didn't listen to our advice and forcibly intervened in the business of Shitsue Mountain. You even hurt our brothers. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of Shitsue Mountain?" Zhong Xiaohua sneered and said, "You Shitsue Mountain are so prestigious. You bully men and take women in broad daylight. Do you really think you are a big shot? Business, it's really good business." The bandit saw Zhong Xiaohua's arrogance and didn't know his background, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only say, "Brother, Shikui Mountain has always been in the business of robbing houses. This kind of business is common. It's just that I met two brothers today, so Shikui Mountain has to give way this time. Please tell me your name so that I can go back and explain." At this time, a black-clothed bandit next to him was a little impatient and said, "Brother Shu, don't talk to him. There are only two of them here. I don't believe that they have 3 heads and 6 arms. They can beat us with 4 steel swords. I think we should chop them first, and then we can have fun." When the two people next to him heard this, they were also quite tempted. Although Zhong Xiaohua showed a beautiful kung fu just now, after all, there was an element of trickery. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu were young and didn't have weapons hanging on their waists. If they really fought, they might not be the opponents of the 4 people. Seeing that the 4 people were a little tempted, Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "That's good. Do you want to come one by one? Or do you want to come together? Let me teach you a lesson so that you know what it means to be blind. However, you have to remember what it means to have no eyes and fists and feet are ruthless." After that, she got into a posture and waited for them to take action. The bandit who spoke was a little tempted at first, but it could be seen that Zhong Xiaohua was not afraid at all. He also hesitated. Seeing that the young man had an extraordinary momentum and didn't take Shitsue Mountain seriously, he must be a disciple of a famous sect who came out to gain experience. His Shitsue Mountain was just a group of bandits. Although they had some martial arts and were comparable to the big sects in Jianghu, they were not even qualified to carry shoes for them. Moreover, he was not the master of the mountain. If he provoked a strong enemy for the mountain, the master would be the first to not let him go. In this case, why should he make trouble for himself? The bandit immediately wanted to retreat. At this time, Zhong Xiaohu rode forward and scolded, "Little Seven, what's wrong? Don't you think your hands are stained with blood enough? If you hadn't killed people last month, would Master have sent you to this desolate place? You even dragged me along with you. Look, Master doesn't let you carry weapons. Isn't it because he wants you to be careful and not to use force for everything and kill people?" Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua immediately stopped his movements and said, "I just killed a dozen strong people. What's the big deal? Who let them have ideas about my horse? Hey, So what if I don't let you carry weapons? Do you think I can't kill people with my bare hands? When the bandits heard this, cold sweat immediately flowed down their backs, and their hearts became uneasy. Zhong Xiaohu turned to the bandits and said arrogantly, "We are the disciples of the Dailin Temple. We follow Master's order to travel in Jianghu. On the one hand, we want to see the martial arts of our friends in Jianghu. On the other hand, we want to accumulate merits. Although my junior fellow apprentice is young, he has a bad temper. On the way, he doesn't accumulate merits like us, but he has done a lot of things that go against the harmony of heaven. Just now, when we entered the forest, we heard from our friends that this was a business of Shitsue Mountain and they didn't want us to intervene. However, I don't know whether our Dailin Temple is qualified to intervene." The bandits just laughed foolishly and didn't dare to answer. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua asked again, "Third senior fellow apprentice, do you think that Master asked me to accumulate merits? Does helping out when I see injustice count as a merit?" Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "You only know how to cause trouble. Didn't Master say that helping others is also a virtue? It's a traditional virtue. We should pass it down from generation to generation and praise it." Then he said to the bandits, "Don't you think so?" The bandit who spoke immediately nodded and said, "Master is right." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since it's such a virtue, if there is a chance for me to help out, please give it to me so that I can accumulate merits and achieve virtue so that I can return to the temple early." "Yes, Master is right. We will definitely give you a chance to help out. This time is it. You must accept it." Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Seventh junior fellow apprentice, since they are so polite, you don't have to refuse. Why don't you stop and don't get involved in any more sins? What do you think?" Zhong Xiaohua looked indifferent and said, "All right then. Since these people are so tactful, I'll let them off for the sake of third senior fellow apprentice." Then he lifted his foot and kicked the two bandits who had fainted on the carriage to the side. Then he grabbed the shed that hadn't been completely dismantled and used it slightly. With a clatter sound, he dragged it to the ground. Then, he didn't look at the two girls in the carriage who were confused. He turned his head and looked at the horse whose reins had been cut and was eating grass. He walked a few steps to the front and pulled the reins to the side of the carriage. The horse was eating happily, so how could it listen to him? It only turned its head and dodged to the side, continuing to eat grass. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua simply threw the reins and walked to the side of the horse. He held the horse's abdomen with his hand and said with a smile, "This guy is quite greedy." Then, he exerted force with one hand and a scene that the bandits of Shitsue Mountain would never forget appeared. This humble young man from the Dailin Temple actually held the huge horse with one hand and walked easily to the front of the carriage and put the horse down. Then, without the slightest disorder in his breathing, he said with a smile, "Third senior fellow apprentice, I don't know how to harness the horse. You do it." Zhong Xiaohu squinted at the bandits who were stunned by Zhong Xiaohua's strength and said, "I don't know how to do this kind of rough work. It's better to let the brothers of Shitsue Mountain help." The bandits were thirsty and couldn't hear clearly, so they still stood there in a daze. Zhong Xiaohu frowned and snorted, saying, "What are you waiting for? Do you want us to harness the horse by ourselves?" The bandit who had spoken just now came to his senses and threw away his cold facade. He hurriedly jumped down from his horse and said as he walked, "No need, no need. How could I trouble a master to do such a menial job? I'm used to it." After that, he looked at the men who were still in a daze and scolded, "Why don't you come and help?" At this time, those men also woke up from a dream. They quickly got down from the horse and ran to the front of the carriage to help harness the horse and tidy up the carriage. However, they also consciously kept a distance from Zhong Xiaohua for fear that if they were close to him, he would grab them with one hand. Perhaps, he would throw them up into the sky and tear them in half. This divine strength was worthy of being a disciple of the Dailin Temple. After the carriage was harnessed, the bandit came over with an obsequious smile and bowed. He said obsequiously, "Master, the carriage has been harnessed." Zhong Xiaohua looked and nodded, saying, "Well, I'll let you go for the time being since you're diligent. However, you can be forgiven, but you can't escape punishment." When the bandits heard this, They were shocked and said, "Master, please spare our lives." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's fine. Why would I want your lives? This young master's hands are tight these days. Quickly throw all your money, including banknotes, onto the carriage. This young master wants to eat and drink to his heart's content tonight." The bandits looked at each other. They had always been robbing others, but today, they were robbed. And this person was a disciple of the temple. -2. Chapter 224. Zhong Xiaohua saw that the bandits were hesitating and laughed. "There really are some who don't have eyes. It's not easy for me to be kind, but you don't appreciate it." Finishing his words, he strode forward. The bandits immediately came to their senses and hurriedly took out the scattered silver and banknotes. They put them on the carriage and explained, "Master, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We didn't react in time, please forgive us." Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's behavior, he didn't look like a well-mannered disciple who came from a poor family. It further confirmed the rumors about his hands being stained with blood. If they could exchange the money for their lives, the bandits would be more than happy to do so. After all, the money was obtained through robbery. Wool comes from sheep's back. Seeing a small pile of scattered silver and banknotes on the carriage, Zhong Xiaohua said to the two girls on the carriage, "The two of you in the carriage, please help me count them. Keep them and give them to me later." The two girls, who had just recovered from their shock, quickly moved over. One counted the silver and the other collected the banknotes. Zhong Xiaohua didn't wait for them to finish counting. He walked to the front of the carriage and punched the horse's butt. The horse was in pain and neighed loudly. It immediately pulled the carriage and galloped away. The two girls on the carriage were caught off guard and staggered, almost falling. However, when they saw the carriage start to move, they immediately came to their senses and their faces were filled with surprise. When Zhong Xiaohua saw that the carriage had left, he used his lightness kung fu and quickly arrived in front of his horse. He did a somersault and stood on the horse's back. He called out to the bandits, "This young master is leaving. Don't send me off." Finishing his words, he sat down on the saddle and shook the reins, turning the horse away. Zhong Xiaohu ignored the bandits and also turned his horse around. He followed Zhong Xiaohua and rode out of the forest. After Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua left the forest for a long time, the bandits let out a sigh of relief. The older bandit tiptoed onto his horse and galloped out of the forest. Seeing that there was no one in sight, he returned. The others looked at the bandit and said, "Brother Shu, the master of the Daylin temple has already left." "Ha ha ha, he's gone. That bald donkey has already left." "Ah!" Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. One of them said, "Amazing, he's indeed a disciple of a famous family. Just his aura alone was enough to scare us to the point that we didn't dare move. If we really fought him." "That's right. Just by looking at that young man's qigong, I feel that we were very lucky to be able to escape with our lives this time. Also, you saw him lift that horse's dragon-elephant prajna with one hand. Do you think he used the Daylin Temple's dragon-elephant prajna? I just don't know which level he has reached. Dragon-elephant dragons dragon-elephant jna na I've ss reads tt forget it, who cares what's his martial arts. Anyway, that youth's strength is not something we can compete with. Plus, his lightness skill is so powerful. If he punches us, we'll probably be dead. Sigh, I think the most powerful one is still that third senior brother. He sat on the horse as steady as a rock. When he glanced at me, I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. I think his inner strength skill is also very high. Brothers, we're lucky to have survived today. Let's celebrate." "Yes, we should. Brother Shu, but our money was all taken by that bald donkey. Where did we get the money?" At this moment, there was a groan from the ground. The two bandits who had been knocked unconscious by Zhong Xiaohua woke up. The bandits' eyes lit up and they swarmed forward. In a flurry, they immediately snatched the money pouches tied to the two's waists. The two bare-chested bandits had just woken up. Before they could even feel the warmth of the sun, they were immediately pushed around by the crowd. No one had any thoughts of being protective of the fairer sex. After the few of them walked to the side to divide the remaining money, the two bandits, who were still in a daze, came over and asked, "Brother Shu, where are the two girls? You guys are so shameless. We obviously won the lottery, but you guys turned your backs on us. You didn't even knock us out. After you were satisfied, you didn't even leave us some soup to drink. What about the people and the carriage? Where did they go?" After the bandits finished dividing the loot, they looked at the two victims pitifully. Someone told them what had happened just now. The two of them touched the heads on their necks and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they could still eat. One of them said, "TSK TSK, I accidentally let those two girls go. What a pity. However, that young man just now seemed to be really powerful. I didn't even pay attention to him and he knocked down a huge force. Now I'm very puzzled. How could I not feel anything at all?" At this moment, a slightly shorter bandit wearing yellow clothes said, "Hey, although the little fat sheep at the mouth temporarily ran away, we still have a chance." Brother Shu smiled and said, "Kid, you're usually so smart. Why didn't you dare to say a word just now? Why are you boasting now?" The bandit said, "Brother Shu, you also know that I'm good at talking. My hands and feet are much worse than the brothers here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten the soup. Bartilda, I want you to go and let you have a taste of being knocked unconscious." The bandit rubbed the bump on his head and said angrily, "Hehe, although I'm not good with my fists and feet, it doesn't mean I'm not good with my hands and feet. Just now when I put the money away, I secretly smeared the 1,000 miles incense on the carriage." Tilda, everyone was shocked and said, "How dare you? You don't want to live anymore?" The bandit laughed and said, "I was scared to death at that time. However, when I put the money away, I just happened to bump into the 1,000 miles incense. I saw the two masters of the Daylin temple. One of them was far away from the carriage and the other was sitting on the horse. They probably weren't familiar with this kind of method, so I wiped it on myself." That makes sense. Brother Shu nodded and said, "Although the two masters are good at martial arts, they are still from Buddhism. They definitely don't have as much experience in Jianghu as we do. They might not be able to smell it. Even if they could smell it, those baldies would probably think that it came from your brother's girls. Hehe, these two masters are just passing by. They can't accompany these two girls forever. When they're gone." After saying that, he laughed lewdly at the bandit. Ha ha ha. The bandit's expression was no longer as frightened as before. "That's right. I risked my life to do this. Brothers, what do you think of those two girls? There's nothing to say. If there's effort, there's gain. Next time, you'll definitely be the first. Thank you, thank you. Let's go, brothers. Let's go drink and have fun. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts." This was the truth. Whether you see injustice on the road or draw your sword to help, there will always be a time when you leave. You can pat your sleeves and leave, just like how you came quietly. You can leave a good reputation, but you can't take away the worries of others. Evil must be completely eradicated. Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu rode their horses and followed the carriage out of the forest. The horse was like an old horse that knew the way. It didn't need anyone to steer it and it ran very fast. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just kept urging their horses. When they reached the main road, they ran for a while. Seeing that there were more people on the road and more carriages, the two of them sighed in relief and laughed. The laughter was so loud that the two girls on the horse couldn't help but be surprised. Even the pedestrians on the road looked sideways. The two of them didn't say anything and just slowed down their horses. The clothes of the two girls on the horse were messed up earlier, but they weren't torn. They had already tidied themselves up along the way. The two of them sat in the carriage and didn't move. Others couldn't see any clues. Because no one knew how to drive the carriage was moving very slowly. It was a bit of an eyesore. When they arrived in front of a tea house, Zhong Xiaohua jumped down from the horse. First, she pulled the horse to stop the carriage. Then she said to the two girls with a smile, "Sisters, please wait for a moment. I'll hire someone to drive the carriage." But after saying that, she didn't move. One of the younger girls was very clever. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua didn't move, she quickly handed over the scattered silver in her hand. The other girl also understood and quickly handed over the banknotes. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and took it. She found about 1 yuan and 1 tael of silver and put the rest into her clothes. Zhong Xiaohua walked into the tea house. Not long after, a middle-aged man came out behind her. Nonsense, there were many people who wanted to drive a carriage for 1 tael of silver. After receiving Zhong Xiaohua's instructions, the middle-aged man first went to the girl and asked for the name of the destination. Only then did he get into the carriage. With a whip, he struck the horse's body and the carriage once again sped towards Lu town. However, when the girl told the middle-aged man the name of the destination, the name 4 Trees fell into Zhong Xiaohua's ears. Wasn't this the place where young Master Li Jinfeng's family lived? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the younger girl in the carriage. Although she was young, she was much older than Zhong Xiaohua. Just now, she only cared about coaxing the bandits of Shitsue Mountain and was busy saving people. She didn't look at the girl in the carriage. Now, when she looked at her, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but whisper, "Could this girl be Li Jinfeng's relative?" Zhong Xiaohua rode the horse to Zhong Xiaohu's side and told the reason. Zhong Xiaohu was also shocked and couldn't help but say, "It can't be so coincidental. Moreover, I didn't hear young Master Zhong Xiaohu say that he has a sister or something like that." However, when he looked at her, her eyebrows were very similar to Li Jinfeng's. Zhong Xiaohua's suspicions were confirmed. The carriage and 2 horses continued forward for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before they saw Lu town. At this moment, a group of people rushed over from the direction of Lu town. From afar, they could hear the clamor of people. At the front of the group were several people from the government wearing official robes. Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. She secretly said, "Could it be that they are looking for the 2 girls?" -2. Chapter 225. The 2 girls that were rescued from the forest were traveling in a carriage. Presumably, before they were robbed, there was at least a coachman accompanying them. There was no trace of the coachman in the forest, nor was there a corpse. Presumably, he had left first. At this time, the coachman returned home to report the news, and borrowed the power of the government to rescue them. This was expected. However, this time was delayed. If it wasn't for Zhong Xiaohua and the others, the girl's fate would be miserable. With this thought in mind, Zhong Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally distanced herself from the carriage. That was because no one would be willing to see these people with the money they had just robbed, even if it was a brave and righteous person. Although Zhong Xiaohu didn't understand Zhong Xiaohua's meaning, he gradually slowed down his horse. Sure enough, the 2 girls in the carriage also heard the noise and raised their heads to look. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. Finally, when they saw clearly, the 2 girls didn't care if their clothes were neat and tidy. They stood on the carriage and waved to the crowd that was rushing over. When the crowd got closer, they finally saw who it was. First, there was an official riding a horse. He was tall and had a padao in his hand. Then, there were 2 white-haired old men in bright clothes. They were also sitting on horses. They were surrounded by 3 or 4 young men with weapons in their hands. Behind them were 7 or 8 bailiffs who didn't ride horses. There were also 10 or so farmers with rakes, sickles, and other tools in their hands. The leader of the government officials also had sharp eyes. When he saw the 2 women on the carriage waving their hands, he immediately led everyone to the front. Before the old man even reached the front, his eyes were already filled with tears. He shouted, "Feng my child." The other one's lips were trembling, unable to speak. When the 2 girls saw their relatives, they couldn't hold back their emotions. They called out for their father with tears streaming down their faces. When the 2 old men got off their horses and approached them, they each looked for their fathers and threw themselves into their arms, crying bitterly. Those bailiffs and people who came to help immediately put on a professional appearance and surrounded the carriage. They held their weapons and were on guard, as if they were ready to attack the abominable bandits at any time. The leader of the group even drew his padao and rode around on his horse. His eyes would look around from time to time, trying to find traces of the bandits from the people around him. The 2 women cried until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Even the main road was somewhat blocked. Some people who wanted to watch the show wanted to go forward. However, the heroic and high-spirited appearance of the government officials made people want to separate. Only then did they avoid the big blockage on the main road. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. The head of the government had been strolling around for a long time, but did not find any clues. Very bored, he dismounted from his horse and walked in front of the grieving father and daughter pair. He said, "Minister Li and Minister Gao, since your two daughters have been found, it is not a good idea to just cry and weep here. Even if you want to ask something, after all, it involves the girl's innocence. It is not convenient. Why don't you go home first and reunite with your family? You can properly ask the reason behind this, and then you can make a fuss about it. How about it?" The two old men wiped their tears and repeatedly said that it was a good idea. Only then did they pack up and get on their horses. When they got on the carriage, the bailiffs had already pulled the hired driver to the side and replaced him with one of their own. The driver smiled apologetically and said, "Head supervisor, I was just drinking tea at the tea house. I was hired by a young man on a horse for 1 tael of silver to drive this carriage for them. Now that you are all here, I will go back to the tea house and drink tea." "Young man." When the head supervisor heard this, he quickly looked around. This road was not empty, so where was the young man on a horse? Thinking about it carefully, he remembered that when they first arrived, there were indeed 2 people on horseback behind the carriage. However, he did not pay attention at the time and naturally did not see clearly. Could it be that they were the bandits? At this time, the 2 women also came back to their senses. They were only focused on venting their grievances and forgot about their savior. If they looked for him now, where would he be? The 2 had to make up their minds to wait until they reached home. Unable to find the young man, the head supervisor said to the driver, "We can't find a witness. You are the only witness other than the 2 women. Come with us. You don't have to speak now, but I can use every word you say as evidence in court and pass it on to our county magistrate." "Oh my God, head supervisor, I am innocent. I am just greedy for a tael of silver. I have the noble intention of helping others, so I drove the carriage. From the time I drove the carriage to here, it was only the time to drink a cup of tea. You are taking me away. I have been law-abiding all my life, and have never been to the Yamen. Hihi, look at what you are saying. Our Yamen is an advanced work unit in Lu Town. We have always followed the policy of we will never let a bad person go, but we will never wrongly accuse a good person. You can rest assured. Besides, with your driving skills, who would believe that you can earn a tael of silver in the time to drink a cup of tea? It is better to obediently cooperate with our investigation and go to the Yamen to drink tea first." Without any explanation, after tricking the driver, the bailiffs went back to Lu Town with their heads held high. The people who saved the 2 girls were also in a good mood. Their kindness was greatly satisfied, and they went back noisily with sickles, hoes, and other things. Only the 2 women looked back from time to time, as if they were trying to find the lay disciples of the Daylin temple on the gradually darkening road. In fact, when the 2 women stood up and waved to the old man in the crowd, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu stopped. They didn't mind being heroes and receiving cheers from the crowd to satisfy their self-esteem. In addition, they also didn't mind giving some thanks. However, the involvement of the Yamen people was a bit of a headache. These people always appeared when the task was done, and they always appeared when they were earning merits. However, they earned merits legitimately. They even had a legitimate reason to invite you to the Yamen for tea, investigate your 3 generations, and explain your heroic actions as a natural reaction to your despicable mentality. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu retreated. Just as the Yamen runners and townspeople surrounded the carriage, the 2 urged their horses to gallop past them. Nonsense, the sky was getting dark. If they didn't hurry, they probably wouldn't be able to make it back to Guozhuang House before nightfall. The 2 rode along the main road to Lu Town. When they were close to the town, they turned to the north. It was really a familiar road to Guozhuang House. Along the way, the 2 didn't speak. Zhong Xiaohu didn't ask Zhong Xiaohua why he disguised himself as a lay disciple of the Daylin temple. He also didn't ask why he robbed the bandits. He also didn't ask why he didn't claim the honor of being a good Samaritan. It wasn't just because Zhong Xiaohu felt more and more that his younger brother was slowly maturing. He was slowly doing things that he couldn't do. He was slowly getting out of his own protection. He was slowly changing from the role of a protector to the role of the protected, or even a supporting role. The most important thing was that neither of the two brothers wanted to talk. They were both savoring the feeling of returning home. It was a strong feeling of homesickness that enveloped their entire body. Homesickness was the feeling of every wanderer. The closer they were to home, the more timid they felt. The road from Pingyang City to Lu Town wasn't familiar. The thought of returning home was still stuck in his mind. It was just a kind of longing. Now that he was on the familiar road, an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body and mind. He felt lazy and didn't want to move. He felt at ease and comfortable. Even the vital qi in Zhong Xiaohua's meridians didn't want to flow. The moment Zhong Xiaohua stepped on the familiar road, he couldn't help but be touched. His state of mind immediately improved a lot and he felt quite enlightened. The sun in the west had already set, leaving only a touch of red in the sky. It was faint and indistinct. The entire earth was a dim yellow. A few stars had already appeared in the green sky in the east. They blinked and looked up at the road Zhong Xiaohua was on. As the ancients said, an old bull also understands the value of youth. It gallops without a whip. This handsome horse also knew. It seemed to have sensed the two's eagerness to return home. When the horse reached this road, it naturally galloped faster than before. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know how second brother felt. He only wondered how the family was like. Father and mother must be old. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. They must be worried at home. Their hair must be much whiter and there must be more wrinkles on their faces. What about elder brother? He was the only one at home who had to do a lot of work. He wouldn't be so tired at such a young age, would he? There was also eldest sister-in-law. She used to be a pretty girl from a humble family. After marrying into the Guozhuang house and becoming a farmer's wife, her hands must be rough and her face may not be as fair as before. Sigh, the family relied on digging for food. How could they not work? He didn't know if eldest sister-in-law was used to the wind and rain. Oh right, there was also Mr. Liu. He didn't know if he was used to living in the Guozhuang house. When he left, he looked very energetic. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. Was his body okay? He didn't know if the chicks, ducklings, and big fat pigs were okay. He should let mother slaughter a fat pig. He hadn't eaten mother's red braised pork for a long time. He missed it so much. Also, he hadn't burned incense for grandmother's grave. Was she okay in a foreign place? Could she see his longing? Unconsciously, Zhong Xiaohua's heart surged with emotions. Thousands of thoughts came one after another. The zhunqi that was just lazy suddenly seemed to be stimulated. It suddenly flowed rapidly. Zhong Xiaohua was in a daze. She didn't notice it and gradually lost control. The path of cultivation was about balance. Zhong Xiaohua's progress had always been slow. The perception of zhunqi and the cultivation of zhunqi were all very slow. Of course, it wasn't that Zhong Xiaohua didn't work hard. It was just that the vitality of heaven and earth was limited. How could it catch up with Zhong Xiaohua's usage? However, Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation of the state of mind advanced by leaps and bounds under his repeated stimulations. There were also some unknown factors that caused her to reach a stage of thin but thick hair. Her shallow cultivation had long been unable to match her state of mind. Usually, her mood was indifferent and didn't stand out. But when she returned to her hometown, her mood surged. Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua's first crisis since she started cultivating appeared. -2. Chapter 226. On the other hand, Zhong Xiaohua's emotions were surging. Thousands of thoughts were running through her mind. The true qi in her body was out of control and was rapidly flowing through her meridians. She wanted to catch up to his state of mind that had long surpassed hers. However, how could it be so easy to gather and refine the true qi? This cotton-like true qi twisted in her empty meridians and quickly became a flow. When Zhong Xiaohua came to her senses, the true qi had already spread throughout her entire body's meridians and spread to her limbs and bones. Zhong Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Her limbs couldn't move, and even her eyelids couldn't move at all. Usually, she would always tell second brother about qi deviation and qi deviation. It seemed that this time, she was really qi deviation. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to open her mouth and call out to second brother, but how could she say anything? Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua's body was light, and the horse didn't carry much weight. Zhong Xiaohua's horse had already run more than 2 lengths away from Zhong Xiaohua's horse. Zhong Xiaohua was lagging behind, so how could he see Zhong Xiaohua's appearance? Moreover, at this time, Zhong Xiaohua's mood wasn't any worse than Zhong Xiaohua's. He was only looking at the end of the road, which was not far away from his hometown. He was completely focused on returning to the Guozhuang house as soon as possible. How could he have expected that Zhong Xiaohua would enter qi deviation at this time? There was only one road from Lu town to the Guozhuang house. Although it wasn't perfectly straight, there weren't any forks either. Therefore, even though Zhong Xiaohua didn't deliberately control the horse continued to gallop forward. There was nothing strange about it at all. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know what the final result of qi deviation would be. He only felt that his whole body was hot and dry. Countless strands of true qi were flowing everywhere. His whole body was out of his control. Zhong Xiaohua's heart seemed to have sunk to the bottom. Even in the face of heaven's thunder, his heart was slightly shaken. Zhong Xiaohua wasn't afraid of any setbacks or tribulations. Even qi deviation didn't make him feel the slightest bit of fear. It was just that this qi deviation came at the wrong time. Even if it was at Huanxi Villa, Misty School, or on the way back, he could face it with a relaxed attitude. However, right before he was about to return to the Guozhuang house, he and his second brother had been away for 2 years. His family members in the Guozhuang house were all worried about him. They were all afraid that bad news would come back from the outside. Furthermore, he had experienced a life and death separation in the past 2 years. After all, his family members didn't know about it. Even his second brother didn't know about it in detail. If he were to enter qi deviation in the Guozhuang house and get seriously injured, or even lose his life, wouldn't it leave a deep wound in his parents' hearts? He didn't know what his parents would think and do if they saw him unable to move. Zhong Xiaohua faintly felt very bitter in his heart. Not long after, they were nearing the Guozhuang house. After turning the last hill, they would be able to see the full view of the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua was still stiff on the horse, moving his eyes with some difficulty. Gradually, after turning the hill, on the right side of the road, he could see the familiar, long-lost, dreamy, and soul-stirring Guozhuang house from afar. However, just as Zhong Xiaohua's eyes swept over the small village, at that moment, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Standing at the entrance of the village was a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure. She was looking in his direction, as if the night was coming. She wanted to turn around, but she couldn't bear to do so. She also turned her head back to look. Although she was far away, Zhong Xiaohua could clearly see the disappointment, reluctance, and relief in her eyes. Wasn't this the mother he was worried about? In an instant, a stream of heat appeared in his eyes, his nose began to ache, and his heart began to burn. At the same time, an unknown and mysterious place in the depths of his mind began to flicker in response to Zhong Xiaohua's emotions. A lively and refreshing feeling arose spontaneously, and like a flood, it immediately seeped into Zhong Xiaohua's body. As soon as the chaotic strands of true energy entered his body, they immediately calmed down and obediently flowed back into his meridians. In the blink of an eye, all of the true energy had returned to his meridians and began to flow slightly faster. It was even more lively than before. Zhong Xiaohua was still unaware of the changes in the zhenqi in his body. He only looked at his mother in the distance. His eyes were already blurred. A sentence was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. At the entrance of the village, Guo Sufei, who had been watching for a long time, didn't find anything. Just as she was about to enter the village, she seemed to hear the sound of a horse's hooves. She half turned her head back to confirm. However, Zhong Xiaohua was still small and had just turned around the mountain. Naturally, he couldn't see it. Guo Sufei saw that it was a tall horse. Although she couldn't see clearly who was sitting on the horse, she still sighed in her heart. She turned around again and prepared to enter the village. Zhong Xiaohua was anxious. He finally shouted out the words he had been holding back for 2 years. Mother tilde 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 tilde. However, the horse he was sitting on didn't know that it was already home. It continued to gallop down the main road. Hearing the familiar cry, Guo Sufei, who was about to enter the village, was shocked. She turned her head back in disbelief and looked at the horse that had completely galloped over the mountain. Wasn't that the child she saw every day in her dreams sitting on the horse? Was that the child who cried a mess when he left 2 years ago? Was that the child who made her go to the village entrance every evening to take a look? Was that the child who always made her worry about whether he was eating well, sleeping well, and growing taller? However, why was he riding a tall horse? Why was he still riding the horse? Why did he show no signs of stopping? Guo Sufei rubbed her eyes and staggered towards the main road. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohu also turned around the mountain on his horse. He also saw his mother, who was about to run over here. At the same time, he also noticed that Zhong Xiaohua didn't turn the horse around and gallop down the main road. She also didn't tighten the reins and stop the horse. Instead, she continued to gallop down the main road. Thus, he loudly berated her, "Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and tighten the reins. Don't tell me you don't recognize your home." Hearing second brother's scolding, Zhong Xiaohua reflexively withdrew her hands. Immediately, he was ecstatic. "Haha, my hands can move." In fact, he had forgotten that he had just shouted. The horses trained by the Misty school were naturally not ordinary. When Zhong Xiaohua tightened the reins, the horse knew that it had to stop and immediately slowed down. When the horse stopped, Zhong Xiaohua had already galloped quite a distance. He didn't have time to sit cross-legged and meditate to check the condition of his zhenqi. He immediately jumped off the horse's back and didn't care about preserving any zhenqi. He immediately used the levitation technique and rushed towards his mother's direction along the side of the road. Her figure was graceful and her speed was fast. Zhong Xiaohu was dumbstruck. Guo Sufei watched as she ran, afraid that her son would disappear from her sight. When Zhong Xiaohua jumped off the horse, her heart jumped. She only wanted to take a step forward and hug her son, afraid that he would fall. When Zhong Xiaohua flew over like a bird, her heart also jumped in fright. She thought that her son had really grown up. The roads in the countryside were bumpy and rarely flat. Usually, even if one was careful, it was hard to avoid spraining their feet. But today, Guo Sufei's eyes were fixed on her son. How could she care about her feet? Especially when she saw her son fly over, her mood surged. She wasn't careful and staggered. Her body tilted and she was about to fall forward. When Zhong Xiaohu saw this, he couldn't help but cry out. Although this road was dirt, there were still a lot of mountain rocks. If his mother fell on flat ground, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be injured. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, her heart tightened. The true qi in her whole body's meridians surged. She used all her strength to step on the ground. Her body was like an arrow leaving the bow. She shot toward Guo Sufei like lightning. Just when Guo Sufei's body was about to fall to the ground, Zhong Xiaohua arrived in time. She held her mother's body with one hand and helped her up. Guo Sufei didn't seem to feel the lingering fear of falling. Instead, she held her son's hand tightly and was reluctant to let go. Zhong Xiaohua also looked at his mother's face that was close at hand. Tears flowed down his face. He called out "Mother" and threw himself into Guo Sufei's arms. Guo Sufei also hugged her son. Her heart ached as she rubbed his head that had already reached the tip of her nose. She couldn't help but cry. Her mouth muttered, "Xiaohua, my son." After the two cried for a while, Zhong Xiaohu also led the two horses over. Guo Sufei raised her head and looked at her son who was already much taller than her. She also said, "Xiaohu, my son." She reached out her hand and touched Zhong Xiaohu's forehead. Zhong Xiaohu's eyes were red. He called out "Mother" and tears almost fell. Seeing his mother reach out her hand, Zhong Xiaohu was a little embarrassed. He was almost 20 years old. How could he be like his younger brother? But in his heart, he also missed his mother very much. So, he stood there honestly and let his mother touch his head. In an instant, the sweetness of childhood immediately filled Zhong Xiaohu's chest. A man's self-esteem and face were thrown aside. Only his mother's love was the most real melody at this time. After a while, dusk was about to fall. Guo Sufei calmed her mind. She smiled and wiped her tears. Look at me. I saw you at the entrance of the village. Quickly go back. Your father, big brother, and sister-in-law are still at home. Let's go home first. Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, listen to mother. Let's go back quickly. After saying that, he forcefully pulled the 2 horses and walked back to the village. Zhong Xiaohua, on the other hand, was reluctant to part with his mother. He continued to let his mother hold him as they walked together. But as soon as Guo Sufei took a step, she felt that something was wrong. Zhong Xiaohua in her arms was so light that he didn't seem to have any weight. So Guo Sufei acted just like Zhong Xiaohua when he was young. She wrapped one hand around his waist and hugged him tightly. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, do you still want to hug me? I'm already so big. However, Guo Sufei didn't say anything. Her tears flowed down again. She said, Xiaohua, my son, it's really hard on you. Look at you. What have you done in the past 2 years? How did you become so thin? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly said, Mother, what's wrong with you? Aren't I perfectly fine now? I eat well, I wear good clothes, and I'm almost as tall as you. How can I be thin? Guo Sufei said with tears in her nose, Xiaohua, don't lie to me. Quickly go home. I'll definitely nourish you well. The 2 butterflies are very sensitive. That's how it is. The topic needs to be changed. The style also needs to be changed. Writing an article requires one to be able to send and receive it freely. There are enough details. Now it's time to put it away. Everyone, wait and see. Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serial works at Chidian Originals. -2. Chapter 227. Zhong Xiaohua was even more baffled. He didn't know why his mother was like this. Moreover, he also had a very strange feeling in his heart. It was just that he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Guo Sufei hugged her youngest son with one hand and her second son's hand with the other tightly. She walked towards the village as if she was afraid that the 2 would suddenly disappear. At this time, it was dinner time in the village. There was no one at the entrance of the village. After entering the village, the number of people gradually increased. However, at this time, it was already dusk. If it wasn't for Zhong Xiaohu's 2 tall horses that were very eye-catching, perhaps no one would have noticed the return of the 2 villagers. Guozhuang House was a slightly remote and isolated small village. Although there was a road not far from the entrance of the village, after all, the villagers were too poor. Tall horses were very rare. Usually, the extravagant way of traveling was a donkey cart. Even when Zhong Xiaolong married, he only had a horse that wasn't very strong. However, on that day, that horse was actually able to pull 4 people back. Thinking about it now, it was extremely rare. Zhong Xiaohu was leading 2 large horses with one hand. The villagers usually dealt with livestock when plowing the fields, so naturally, they could tell that the 2 horses were majestic. Immediately, many people gathered around to watch. From time to time, there were children from the village who came over to play, running in front of and behind the horses. Fortunately, the date red horse was trained by the ethereal sect. It was also a good horse that was sent to flatter. No matter what, it was still a horse that had seen a lot of big scenes. Not only did it fight and kill, it had also seen a lot of blood. It was not disturbed by these children from the village. It only leisurely shook its head and casually swung its tail, as if it was playing with the children. When the children saw that the horse was as docile as the cattle at home, they felt more at ease and approached it. Many of the bolder ones had already touched its smooth manner. The older and sharper ones had already recognized the 2 brothers Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua. In the dim light, they saw that the 2 were neatly dressed, which was far from what the villagers would wear. They were immediately surprised and thought about it in their hearts. They knew that the two were doing well outside. The villagers were simple and honest. Even if Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohua's clothes were shabby, they might not laugh at them. But with such bright clothes, they were envious and not jealous. Many people came forward to greet them and invited them to eat at home. Guo Sufei knew that they were being polite and did not want to see it happen. She was happy and let her two sons return the greetings one by one to express their gratitude. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua had been outside all this time. They were very happy to suddenly see so many real faces. Moreover, the two of them had been outside for 2 years, so their temperament and outlook had become extraordinary. At this time, they were very polite and courteous when dealing with people. Guo Sufei heard this and felt sweet in her heart. While they were walking, they heard a call in front of them, Xiaohu? Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu looked up and saw that it was their father, Zhong Cai, who was hurriedly walking over from a distance. Zhong Xiaohua cheerfully called out, "Daddy." Soon after, he broke free from his mother's hand and ran forward. It was a different scene when father and son met. Zhong Cai held his son's hand and looked at it over and over again. He kept saying, "Good, good." Zhong Xiaohua leaned against Zhong Cai's side and felt very warm. However, that strange, or perhaps somewhat abnormal feeling appeared again. But at this time, how could he have the leisure to think about other things? He only held his father's big hand and was unwilling to let go. When Zhong Xiaohu walked in front of him, he saluted Zhong Cai and said, "Father, I'm back." When Zhong Cai saw that Zhong Xiaohu had come over, he was very happy and wanted to pull back his hand with a smile. Zhong Xiaohu's salute made Zhong Cai not know how to respond for a moment. When Guo Sufei saw this, she smiled and said, "This child, you've already returned home, yet you're still saluting your own father. It's strange that you regard him as an outsider." Zhong Xiaohu laughed embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Guo Sufei smiled and said to Zhong Cai, "Child's father, look at our Xiaohu. After going out, he's learned a lot about etiquette. He's even more refined than the scholars in the city." At this time, Zhong Cai's awkwardness also disappeared. He only smiled and said, "Good, good." Then, he also held Zhong Xiaohu's hand and was unwilling to let go. When Guo Sufei saw this, she said, "All right, let's not talk in the village. It's not too late to talk at home." Zhong Cai then came to his senses and said, "Yes, let's talk at home first. Your brother and sister-in-law are waiting for dinner at home." Then, he turned to Guo Sufei and said, "You're still talking about me. I saw that you hadn't returned for a long time, so I came looking for you. If you had returned earlier, would I have needed to come out and look for you?" Thus, the husband and wife each took a son and happily walked home, leaving behind the envious gazes of the villagers. From afar, Zhong Xiaohua saw the home of her dreams in the dusk. However, there were some changes to the home now. The walls were no longer short, and it seemed that one could see the central room at a glance. The door also seemed to no longer be a fenced door. When she pushed the door and entered, she was greeted with a burst of fragrance of flowers and trees. At a glance, the whole courtyard seemed to be a lot bigger. The whole courtyard was renovated into several small squares, and there were all kinds of plants inside. It was just that the night was dim, so she couldn't see clearly. When he took a closer look, there weren't many changes between the central room and his grandmother's hut. The only difference was that the stove had been renovated and was no longer exposed to the sun. At this moment, a figure came out of the kitchen and shouted, "Father, is Mother back? The dishes have been heated up again." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and shouted, "Sister-in-law, we're back. How are you and big brother?" The person who came out of the kitchen was Liu Qian. When she heard Zhong Xiaohua's shout, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Xiaohua, why are you back so late?" "Oh, Xiaohu is also back. Quick, come in. No wonder Mother has been whispering about you these 2 days. It turns out that your hearts are connected." Then, she shouted towards the central room, "Xiaolong, come out quickly. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back." Zhong Xiaolong also ran out of the central room and looked at his 2 younger brothers in surprise. Zhong Xiaohua jumped in front of her big brother and intimately pulled on his sleeve. Zhong Xiaohu didn't dare to salute this time. He walked in front of Zhong Xiaolong and shouted, "Big brother." Zhong Xiaolong looked at Zhong Xiaohu, who was taller than him, and said with a smile, "Xiaohu, not bad, you've grown taller." Then, he reached out and patted Zhong Xiaohu's head. Zhong Xiaohu chuckled. He seemed shy, but his heart was warm. He felt a kinship that was even warmer than saluting and greeting. Liu Qian invited the family into the house and put down the dishes in her hand and said, "Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back. This dinner isn't enough. I'll go to the village to buy some cooked food, but I'm afraid there's no food left at this time." Zhong Xiaohu hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, there's no need. We brought some food with us. Let's make do with it tonight." However, Guo Sufei didn't agree and said, "We just got home. How can we let you eat dry food? I'll go take a look. Qian, go prepare some vegetables." With that, she was about to leave. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua both jumped up and wanted to go with their mother. However, Guo Sufei didn't let them and only said, "It's a tiring journey. Let's sit at home more." The two couldn't stand it and had to sit down. After Guo Sufei and Liu Qian went to get busy, Zhong Cai said, "Let your mother and sister-in-law go. You guys sit down and rest for a while. It's been 5 to 6 days since you came back from Pingyang City. You guys must be tired." Zhong Xiaolong also felt it. He took out a few teacups from the table and poured some tea. He smiled and said, "Drink some tea first. You must be thirsty after walking for so long. Moisten your throats. We'll eat later." Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said to Zhong Cai, "Father, Pingyang City isn't far from our Guozhuang house. It's only 2 to 3 days' journey. We rode horses back and arrived in 2 days. When we went there, we took a carriage. It seems like it took 3 days." Zhong Xiaolong said, "Oh right, Xiaohu, the horses you tied to the tree in the yard, do you have to feed them at night? What do they eat?" Zhong Xiaohu said, "Big brother, you don't have to worry about that. Ordinary fodder will do. I'll go after dinner." Zhong Xiaolong said, "It's better for me to prepare early. Don't let these 2 big horses starve. They look very precious." Seeing that Zhong Xiaolong was about to go out, Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Big brother, it's okay. We just fed them fodder at noon. Even if they are hungry now, it's not a big deal. The 3 of us brothers haven't seen each other for 2 years. Let's talk first. It won't be too late to feed them at night." Zhong Xiaolong paused for a moment, but still walked out and said, "These 2 horses are borrowed from the escort agency, right? They are worth a lot of money. Don't let them starve. It won't be easy for us to explain when we go back. I'll be back soon. It's just some fodder. It'll be ready in a while." Zhong Xiaohu drank a mouthful of tea and also stood up and said, "Big brother, I'll go with you." Zhong Cai didn't stop them. He smiled as he watched the 2 of them go out. He said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, quickly drink some water. You've been running for 2 days. You're thirsty." Zhong Xiaohua looked at her father under the oil lamp and said, "It's okay, father. I'm not tired. Riding a horse is fun." As she said that, she also picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful. In fact, she hadn't drunk a cup of water since noon. Just now at the tea shed in front of Lu Town, she found a coachman and forgot that she was thirsty. Now that she was home, her mouth was really dry. However, when the cup of tea entered her mouth, Zhong Xiaohua was so shocked that she almost stood up. The tea was sweet as it entered his mouth, making him salivate. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel warm and comfortable. However, as soon as this feeling passed, a wisp of yuan qi emerged from his chest and flowed along his meridians. Without Zhong Xiaohua's refinement, it flowed into his dantian and merged with his jin qi. There was primordial qi of heaven and earth in this tea. How could Zhong Xiaohua not be shocked? She felt that she wanted to get the teapot again. Zhong Cai saw her and thought that she was thirsty. He quickly poured the tea for her and said with heartache, "Xiaohua, look at how thirsty you are. Drink some more. Don't worry, you'll choke." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, I know. I'm not a child." Looking at Zhong Cai's kind eyes, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was warm. She was about to drink the tea to verify her discovery. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through her mind. She knew why she had a different feeling when she saw her father and mother. -2. Chapter 228. That's right, it would be strange if they had the same feeling. In Zhong Xiaohua's mind, his mother's hair should be grey and wrinkled. His father's hair should be even whiter and his back should be bent due to exhaustion. His hands, which used to support him since he was young, should be unusually rough. His elder brother's hair should also be grey at an early age. His face was full of bitterness and hatred. His elder sister-in-law should have died early and looked like a village woman. However, what about now? Just now when she threw herself into her mother's arms, her hair seemed to be abnormally black and her skin was very good. Although there were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, there weren't many. Her father's hand that held her hand just now seemed to be more delicate than when she left home. She didn't feel that it was rough at all. Moreover, when her father walked back, his back was straight. Her elder brother and sister-in-law didn't see it clearly, but it wasn't like what she imagined. Why was everything different from what she imagined? Zhong Xiaohua looked at Zhong Cai's black hair under the oil lamp and his face that didn't change much from 2 years ago when she left. She asked, "Father, why is your hair so black? I remember that when I left, your hair was grey." Zhong Cai couldn't help touching his hair and smiled. "Who knows? Last year, my hair slowly turned black and grey. This year, it was completely black. When the villagers asked me, I didn't know what to say. I could only say that it was dyed with herbs by the town's doctor." "That's right, your mother also had the same, and Mr. Liu behind the house. According to Mr. Liu, it should be because of the well water on the south slope. However, I don't think so. How can the well water be so magical?" Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, "Father, about the spring water, you didn't tell the villagers, right?" Zhong Cai shook his head and said, "Mr. Liu and your sister-in-law repeatedly told me not to tell them. How can I tell them? Even if it's not because of the well water, I can't tell them because the South Slope village is so good." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said solemnly, "Father, this matter can't be told to others. Maybe the villagers don't have bad intentions, but there are too many bad people outside the village. If someone hears the news, our family will suffer." Zhong Cai smiled and said, "I know. Xiaohua, quickly drink water. Don't be thirsty." Zhong Xiaohua then remembered that she still had to verify her discovery. Sure enough, this time, the tea had the same reaction. The heaven and earth yuan qi really existed. Zhong Xiaohua was enlightened. His spring water was indeed extraordinary. It was just as Mr. Liu had said. His family's abnormalities were due to the spring water. However, Zhong Xiaohua didn't know how to explain these things to her family. After drinking a few more cups of tea, Zhong Xiaohua's thirst was quenched. Her qi also increased slightly. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but think, drinking tea can also cultivate. It's really interesting. Do I have to drink tea every day in the future? Just as she was thinking, Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaolong came back. Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. She poured a cup of tea for Zhong Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, you're also thirsty. Quickly drink some water." After that, she carefully observed Zhong Xiaohu's movements. Unfortunately, Zhong Xiaohu was the same as before. He drank it in one gulp and didn't have any abnormalities. Then, he raised the empty cup and said, "Good tea, it's really delicious." Another cup. Not long after, Guo Sufei also came back. Liu Qian cooked 2 more vegetarian dishes. The family then started to eat. Zhong Xiaolong asked, "Qian, do we need to call father over?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately woke up. "Isn't that Mr. Liu?" Sure enough, Liu Qian smiled and said, "At this time, he must have eaten already. No need to call him. After a while, call him over to drink tea. He must be very happy to see Xiaohu and Xiaohua." At this time, Zhong Xiaohua carefully looked at her brother and sister-in-law under the light. Sure enough, there was no change as she thought before. Her sister-in-law was still beautiful. Even that kind of temperament was restrained. There was no shadow of a rural woman. Her brother was also dignified. Compared to before, there was a kind of elegance. If one didn't know the inside story, it was completely impossible to tell that he was a farmer in the countryside. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. How could the spring water give people knowledge? His big brother's temperament was just like Li Jinfeng's. This meal, Zhong Xiaohua ate happily. The taste of the food in Zhong Xiaohua's mouth may not be as delicious as the food in Huanxi Manor, but this kind of warmth and feeling was a world of difference. It made Zhong Xiaohua eat several bowls of rice and was reluctant to put it down. Liu Qian only ate a small mouthful of rice. She didn't dare to eat more. Zhong Xiaohua ate like this. Tonight's meal was not enough. After the meal, Guo Sufei and Liu Qian cleaned up. Everyone was about to sit down when they heard someone shouting outside, "Brother Zhong, is today's tea ready?" Liu Qian happily said, "Father, you are here. I was about to call you over. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back." The person who pushed the door and came in was Mr. Liu. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua quickly got up and went to the courtyard to greet him. Mr. Liu was overjoyed and said, "No need for formalities, no need for formalities. When did the two of you come back? Why didn't you send a message beforehand? I heard that the escort agency often has a business of welcoming and delivering guests. It shouldn't be difficult to send a message." Zhong Xiaohu smiled wryly and said, "This, Mr. Liu, I am no longer in the escort agency. Moreover, there are too many things to do. I really don't have the time. Moreover, we didn't think of sending a message to the family first." Hee. Mr. Liu stroked his beard and laughed. "Young people are so careless." Zhong Xiaolong said, "Father, let's talk inside. The tea is already brewed. Xiaohu and Xiaohua just came back and just finished eating." Zhong Cai invited Mr. Liu into the house. Zhong Xiaohua carefully looked at him from the side. Mr. Liu indeed had a head full of black hair and looked hale and hearty. He seemed to be younger than 2 years ago. Just as Zhong Xiaohu was about to speak, Mr. Liu waved his hand and said, "Xiaohu, don't say anything yet. Let's wait for your mother to come over first. Last time, young Master Li from Lu Town came over for the new year, but he didn't explain it clearly. The whole family wants to know about your experiences outside, especially your mother. During this period of time, she would go to the entrance of the village every night to take a look. Who would have thought that she would really be able to see you guys today?" Zhong Xiaolong said, "You guys talk first. I will go help mother and the others." Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua didn't say much. She was very depressed. This could quench her thirst and cultivate at the same time. Why not? However, the consequences of drinking too much water were also serious. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Guo Sufei and Zhong Xiaolong to finish tidying up. They closed the courtyard door and went to the central room. Under the bright oil lamp and the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhong Xiaohu recounted how the two of them left Guo village 2 years ago, went to Lu Town, and then to Pingyang City. He also recounted how the two of them went to the escort agency to practice martial arts. He stayed in the escort agency while Zhong Xiaohua went to Huanxi Manor. Later on, he became an armed escort and went out to escort escorts. Naturally, Zhong Xiaohu skimmed over the hardships involved. However, Guo Sufei could only wipe away her tears as she listened. How could she not understand the hardships involved when a son traveled thousands of miles and was worried about his mother? After that, Zhong Xiaohu hesitated for a moment. He then told them about how he went to the seaside town as an escort, how he met Zhong Xiaohua by chance, how they came back together, and how the escort leader made things difficult for him. In fact, he didn't want to talk about this. However, if he didn't talk about this, he wouldn't be able to explain how he was accepted into the Misty School. He said that the escort leader made things difficult for him just to divert his family's attention. Sure enough, everyone was curious about how they met Zhong Xiaohua. They were immediately angered by the escort leader's rudeness. After that, Zhong Xiaohu talked about how Qiu Tong returned the money, how she made the Lotus Escort Agency lose face, how he was accepted into the Misty School, and how he had a noble status and so on. This turn of events left everyone dumbstruck. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong still didn't believe it. They asked, Your master is Wen Hai, the hero who saved us in Lu Town? Zhong Xiaohu said with certainty, it is him. Zhong Cai said, he doesn't seem to be that much older than you. Mr. Liu smiled and said, Brother Zhong, you don't understand. In the martial arts world, the most important thing is that the one who has reached the top is the master. I've read some miscellaneous books before. In the martial arts world, it's nothing new to have someone younger than you as a master. Zhong Cai finally understood. At this time, Mr. Liu continued, ever since I found out that the two of you had gone to Pingyang City and were even making a living at the Lotus Escort Agency, I had specially asked my close friends to find out more. Only then did I find out that the Lotus Escort Agency was actually many times more powerful than the evil Tiger Gang in Lu Town. Moreover, they have always had a good reputation. Although this escort agency's business is somewhat dangerous, you don't know martial arts, so you don't have to worry about your life. However, from what you have said today, you have actually entered the Misty School and become the direct disciple of the sect's leader. This is undoubtedly your great fortune. However, this Misty School is not ordinary. That Lotus Escort Agency is merely a branch of the Misty School and already has such a reputation. The status and reputation of the Misty School in the martial arts world is not something that we can imagine. Just like what Brother Zhong said before, just a token from Hero Wen was able to make the evil Tiger Gang retreat. His status must be extraordinary. To put it bluntly, Xiao Hu, how did you manage to climb up his thigh? Hit the nail on the head. When Zhong Xiaohu heard this, he looked at Zhong Xiaohua and smiled bitterly. This, Mr. Liu is extremely right. The Misty School does not even know who I am. For me to be able to enter the Misty School as a disciple, it is entirely because of Xiaohua's face. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Zhong Xiaohua. Liu Qian even almost screamed out loud. She covered her mouth with her hand and stared with wide eyes at the young man who used to be so weak in her eyes. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and drank a mouthful of tea. She enjoyed the pleasant feeling of the vital qi entering her body and smiled as she said, "The matter, it is like this. -2. Chapter 229. Subsequently, under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhong Xiaohua recounted how she left the Lotus Escort Agency, followed Qiu Tong into Huanxi Mountain Village, and gained the favor of the village master. Then, she recounted every detail of her life in Huanxi Mountain Village. Zhong Xiaohua did not mention Zhong Xiaohua's injuries and recuperation at the escort agency. Li Jinfeng also did not mention this when he told them, so Zhong Xiaohua naturally skipped over it. However, she still recounted with great interest how Li Jinfeng taught her how to read and write. Mr. Liu was very surprised and could not help but interrupt. What? Xiaohua, you said that young Master Li's Shuo when Jie enlightened you? Yes. Zhong Xiaohua replied very seriously. Young Master Li said that the children of the wealthy families in Pingyang City were enlightened by that thick book. My brain is not very good and I am a slow learner. It took me a long time to master it. Mr. Liu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He took a sip of tea and explained the basic contents of the book as well as the true use of Shuo when Jie. Then, he concluded, Xiaohua, I have to say that you are a genius. You actually memorized this ancient book used for explanation. Zhong Xiaohua only realized at this moment that Li Jinfeng was so funny. He actually used such a book to enlighten her. This was really unprecedented. However, on second thought, she was very grateful to Li Jinfeng. It was also because of Li Jinfeng's targeted enlightenment that she was able to master language and words in such a short time and understand fist techniques. If he had used something like the 3-character classic or the 1000-character classic, she reckoned that she would not be able to understand any fist techniques, much less those books on medicinal herbs. Then, Zhong Xiaohua told them about how she started to read after she learned how to read and helped the mountain village solve the problem of planting medicinal herbs. Then, she talked about her long journey. The truth of her long journey naturally could not be told to her family. No matter the reason or the danger she encountered, they were all secrets in her heart. Even Zhong Xiaohu did not know much about it now. However, Zhong Xiaohu being able to enter the Misty School had a lot to do with her long journey. Zhong Xiaohua could only use the spring and autumn annals to roughly describe the part where she killed the old man in black to save Ouyang Yang. She directly said that in order to save Ouyang Yang, she sacrificed herself in front of Ouyang Yang. As for the details, she did not know the reason. The reason was that it was because it was already midnight and she had fallen asleep. At that time, it was because she had killed the old man in black to save Ouyang Yang. Guo Sufei did not care about the details. She cried and hugged Zhong once again, and said, Xiaohua, why are you so? Why are you? How, Zhong, why are you so many essays? SS Li, SSSS, you, how? No matter how good the Manor Lord is to you, it is not worth it for you to exchange your life for it. Even though she knew that her son was sitting in front of her, Guo Sufei's heart still jumped. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, actually, at that time, when I saw Manor Lord Oyu, I thought of how good he was to me. It was as if he was my sister-in-law. If my sister-in-law encountered such danger, how could I just stand by and watch? Guo Sufei was speechless and said, How can you be so honest? Liu Qian said, Mother, you don't have to blame him. If Xiaohua did not treat him like this, how could he treat him like this? Guo Sufei did not think too much about it. She just hugged her son with heartache. Waiting for her mother's mood to calm down a bit, Zhong Xiaohua told her about how he met his second brother. He did not dare to say anything about how he was drifting in the river and recuperating on the way, for fear of making his mother sad again. When he met Zhong Xiaohu, he had already told her about what happened. Zhong Xiaohua did not need to say too much. Since Zhong Xiaohua risked his life to save the Misty School's leader's younger sister, then it was natural for Zhong Xiaohu to enter the Misty School. However, when it came to Zhong Xiaohua being able to give such a precious opportunity to his second brother, everyone felt gratified. When they went out to make a living, many people would forget righteousness at the sight of profit. Even family affection was weak. For Zhong Xiaohua to be so kind to his second brother, his heart was pure and kind. Later, Zhong Xiaohua talked about some interesting things in Huanxi Mountain Villa. As for the road of martial arts, he did not say a word. Except for Zhong Xiaohu, everyone was not surprised. They only thought that Zhong Xiaohua was just a servant in Huanxi Mountain Villa and did not practice a lot of martial arts. Guo Sufei only looked at her son lovingly. How could she put Zhong Xiaohua's amazing qinggong in her heart? Her heart only floated away with her son's words, accompanying the long-lost time and space. Zhong Xiaohua talked about interesting things like this. It was already very late. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed. Everyone was still immersed in the two's encounters in the past few years. Although Zhong Xiaohua did not talk about his participation in the martial arts exhibition, he described some of the details of the martial arts exhibition and the competition in detail. After all, this kind of thing was not something that people like Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei could come into contact with. Even Mr. Liu could not. Zhong Xiaohua was also excited. Sitting in his mother's arms, he talked happily and forgot the time. When midnight came, he was still talking non-stop. However, as everyone listened, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly stopped. His body tilted and fell into Guo Sufei's arms. Guo Sufei was shocked and hurriedly called out to him. Everyone else also immediately stood up. Only Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, Mr. Liu, father, mother, big brother, big sister-in-law, it's okay. He's always like this. I think it's already midnight. Didn't Xiaohua just say that he will definitely fall asleep at midnight? Isn't saving their manor lord like this? Moreover, when I came back from the south with him, he was also like this. Only then did everyone relax. Guo Sufei leaned over to listen to Zhong Xiaohua's snoring. Only then did she truly relax. Zhong Xiaolong said, Mother, let me carry Xiaohua to the small house. Liu Qian hurriedly said at this time, Xiaolong, wait a moment. I haven't tidied up the small house yet. Xiaohua and Xiaohu came back in a hurry and were busy cooking. I'll go now. After saying this, Liu Qian hurriedly left. Zhong Xiaolong's words caused Guo Sufei's tears to flow again. She said, No, Xiaolong. You don't know, Xiaohua, he's pitifully light now. I can easily carry him. Ah, Everyone was very surprised. How was this possible? No matter what, Zhong Xiaohua was still a teenager. No matter how strong Guo Sufei was, it shouldn't be possible. Guo Sufei only thought that her youngest son suffered outside and became very thin. However, Zhong Xiaohu knew that his younger brother had always been greedy. The Huanxi manor would not mistreat the servants. How could his younger brother become thin? But his mother said that Zhong Xiaohua's body was extremely light. He immediately thought of the day of the martial arts exhibition when the team leader threw Zhong Xiaohua over his head. Thinking of Zhong Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist, Zhong Xiaohu became thoughtful and quickly explained to Guo Sufei, "Mother, although Xiaohua doesn't live with me, he's not too far away from me. I've also seen the food in their manor. It's not like what you think. It's many times better than what we usually eat. Moreover, Xiaohua only takes care of a few fields of medicinal herbs. It's much smaller than our family's farmland. It's definitely not the reason for suffering. Maybe it's because of his light weight. Cultivation of martial arts." Everyone was surprised again. "You're saying that Xiaohua also cultivates martial arts? You can practice martial arts because you're in the escort agency and entered the Misty school. Xiaohua also didn't have a master. How can he practice martial arts?" Zhong Xiaohu's face was filled with a bitter smile. He secretly said in his heart, "Not only can he practice martial arts, he's even better than me." His mouth said, "This, I'm not sure. It's better to ask him tomorrow." At this time, Liu Qian also came back and said that the small house had been cleaned up. Guo Sufei carried her son and wanted to go over. How could Zhong Xiaolong let his mother carry him? Mr. Liu also said, "In this dark, it's better to let the young people work." Only then did Guo Sufei let go of Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaolong reached out and took him. Just like what his mother said, Zhong Xiaohua's body was very light. It was as if he was a child who played on his shoulders when he was young. After Zhong Xiaohua was put to bed, everyone returned to the central room. Zhong Xiaohu took out a pile of scattered silver and some small banknotes from his chest and said, "Father, Mother, this is what we brothers have earned in the past 2 years in Pingyang City. You can keep it. It's also a small token of our appreciation." Zhong Cai looked and said, "You should keep some for yourselves. It's inevitable that you'll need it when you're outside. It's not like the countryside where you can provide for yourself." Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's okay, father. I'm in the Misty school and Xiaohua is in the Huanxi manor. We don't need any silver. You don't have to worry about us." Guo Sufei shook her head and said, "It's better to keep some. You should buy some clothes for yourselves. Don't be looked down upon by others." Zhong Xiaohu said, "There's no need. The Misty school distributes clothes and so does the Huanxi manor. If we buy our own clothes, we'll be different from others. My clothes are also from the escort agency. I don't wear the sect's clothes. You should keep the silver. It's not easy to earn money in the countryside." Zhong Cai nodded. Zhong Xiaolong motioned Liu Qian to come forward and take the money. After a quick count, Liu Qian couldn't help but cry out, "Ayo, there's a banknote worth 100 taels." Zhong Xiaohu said, "This is a token of appreciation from the Huanxi manor's manor lord to Zhong Xiaohua." Only then did everyone come to a realization. In the village, they would usually only see copper coins. There were very few pieces of silver. The largest denomination that Zhong Cai's family had ever seen was a 50-tael silver note that was still hidden at the bottom of the cabinet. When Liu Qian saw such a large amount of money, she was naturally shocked. In fact, this 100 taels of silver was only a few taels of silver. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua's salary. The amount of silver that Zhong Xiaohua extorted from the bandits and ruffians was many times more than their salary, not to mention this 100 taels of silver. But how could Zhong Xiaohu tell this to his family? Those who came out to mingle had to pay. Who didn't pay? At this time, Zhong Xiaohu really approved of his younger brother's behavior. -2. Chapter 230. The next morning, Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar but comfortable house. Only then did she remember that she was sleeping in her grandmother's house. Zhong Xiaohua turned over and got up. It was still early. Zhong Xiaohu also slept late last night and had not woken up yet. Zhong Xiaohua went out of the house alone. The courtyard was quiet. The rising sun had just sent its first ray of warmth to this ordinary small courtyard. Zhong Xiaohua stayed in the courtyard for a moment, then went out and went straight to the back of the house. Her grandmother's grave was very clean. The small grave mound was very clean and there was not even a blade of grass growing. At a glance, one could tell that someone often tidied it. Zhong Xiaohua saw it from afar and felt a dull pain in her heart. Walking to the grave, Zhong Xiaohua knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long time, a voice came from behind. "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up. You're also very good at dealing with people. If your grandmother's spirit is in the underworld, she would be happy." Zhong Xiaohua suddenly looked back and said, "Father, there are many things that I don't know if I'm doing right or wrong. However, as long as I feel that I can live up to my conscience, I will do it. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it's better not to let myself regret it." Looking at his son's mature face, Zhong Cai said with relief, "Father is just a farmer in the countryside. I won't say anything unnecessary. As long as you think it's right, do it and don't regret it." "I know, Father," Zhong Xiaohua said, "I'm good at everything outside, but I miss home and grandmother." Zhong Cai said with a smile, "Your elder brother often comes to tidy up your grandmother's grave. Every time, he said that if there is any oversight, Xiaohua will not let him go. Haha, everyone is like you. We all miss her. By the way, Father, you and elder brother have worked so much these 2 years. It's been hard on you. It's nothing. We're used to it. We're not used to not working for a day." "Well, don't say so much. Go back and prepare the meal." After dinner, Zhong Xiaohua put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'll go get some water." Liu Qian said, "There's no need. Xiaohua, your brother has been carrying water for the past 2 years. You should sit down and rest first." "No, you don't need to rest. Sister-in-law, I slept all night and have already recovered. I'd better do my old job." After saying that, he rushed out to get the bucket. Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian couldn't resist him, so they had to let him go. Zhong Xiaohua went out of the gate and walked towards the back slope. Many people in the village knew that Zhong Xiaohua and his brother had returned home in glory. Along the way, many villagers greeted him. Zhong Xiaohua responded with a smile. When they left the village, they saw fewer and fewer people. The land at the back slope was not good. There were not many people who cultivated the land. Even if they cultivated the wasteland, it was still some distance away from Zhong Xiaohua's land. It was still early, so no one came out. Zhong Xiaohua leisurely walked to the front of his land. Now that it was autumn, the crops were about to be harvested. Seeing that the wasteland he cultivated was full of fruits, Zhong Xiaohua was full of joy. After looking at his land, Zhong Xiaohua went down the slope and came to the back of the well. This time, he came to draw water, not only to draw water, but more importantly, to see what the mystery of the well water was, that it contained the chi of heaven and earth. Zhong Xiaohua put the bucket on the ground and looked around to see that there was no one around. Then he sat cross-legged and calmed his heart. According to the method of Carefree Heart Sutra, he released his perception. Once this perception was released, Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. This kind of surprise was not inferior to that day in Zhong Chengyue's small courtyard. The chi of heaven and earth around the well was frighteningly rich. It was not inferior to the Misty School's pharmacy hall. Moreover, the chi of heaven and earth around the well was not like what Zhong Xiaohua had perceived before. It came from the top to the top, diffusing between heaven and earth. Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood that there must be something strange in the well, or there must be something rich in chi of heaven and earth that could emit chi of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was a primordial stone? However, according to Carefree Heart Sutra, primordial stones all contained chi of heaven and earth. How could they emit chi of heaven and earth? However, Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow and he could not control his perception too far. How could he discover the secret in the well? In addition, since last night's chi deviation, Zhong Xiaohua had not had time to investigate his chi. At this time, He also used the method of Carefree Heart Sutra and found that the qi in his meridians was normal. There was no change. If there was any difference, it would be that Zhong Xiaohua felt that his qi was a little lively today, flashing slightly. The slope was such a good place to practice, so naturally, Zhong Xiaohua would not let it go. He unconsciously drew qi into his body, wanting to practice a little. However, as soon as he released his perception, just as he drew the qi of heaven and earth to his side, he suddenly felt a strong attraction above his right hand, leading his perception to deviate in that direction. Zhong Xiaohua's perception could not be released too far. It seemed that there was something there, but he could not reach it. Zhong Xiaohua immediately gave up on drawing qi. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the direction. It seemed to be the field that he had just walked down. What could be there? Zhong Xiaohua did not understand. Every stone and soil in that field was opened by him. He knew it as clearly as his own palm. What was strange about it? However, he still threw down the bucket and returned to the field on the slope. He looked around, but there was nothing eye-catching. The field was full of crops. Could it be that it was buried in the crops? Zhong Xiaohua looked around and walked to the big stone lying on the side of the field. He sat cross-legged on it and released his perception. However, the qi of heaven and earth above the field was normal, not more than that at the mouth of the well. After his perception went around the field, he found nothing. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua repeated the same trick and prepared to draw qi into his body. However, just as he opened all the pores on his body to draw the qi of heaven and earth above the field, suddenly, a strong qi of heaven and earth swarmed into his body through the pores of his lower body. This kind of qi of heaven and earth was simple and mellow. It did not shrink after entering the pores. It directly mixed with the genuine qi in the meridians. It turned around in the meridians and returned to the middle dantian without being refined much. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly realized that the big stone he was sitting on, was it the legendary primordial stone? However, weren't primordial stones as big as a broad bean or as big as a thumb? How could the primordial stone he was sitting on be bigger than a crouching cow? Was this really a primordial stone? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua no longer used the usual method of drawing qi into his body. Instead, he used the method of absorbing primordial stones recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, he changed the meridians of the Shaoyang Sanjiao meridians from his hands into the meridians of his legs and buttocks. Weren't they both drawing qi into the meridians? What was the difference? The absorption of the primordial stone was indeed very different from the absorption of the qi of heaven and earth. Zhong Xiaohua had just used the method to absorb the primordial stone when the boundless primordial qi under him seemed to want to push Zhong Xiaohua up to the sky. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua wanted to sit on top of a fountain and let the primordial qi wash into his body. His body was like a small boat in turbulent waves and he almost could not stabilize his body. Zhong Xiaohua had never thought that he would encounter such a strange phenomenon in such a situation. He could only calm his heart and concentrate on absorbing the primordial qi that entered his body. He guided it into his meridians and deduced how it flowed through his meridians. The true energy in his meridians gradually grew from the thickness of a cotton thread to that of a finger, and then continued to expand. This time, the speed at which the true energy rotated seemed to be much faster than before. As long as the true energy flickered, it would immediately flow a considerable distance. Zhong Xiaohua drew qi into his body with all his might and refined it with all his might. Unknowingly, he had entered a mysterious realm. It was as if the entire world did not exist and he was the only one in the world. His own qi drawing, his own refining, and his own thoughts were the core of the entire world. After an unknown amount of time, the qi in Zhong Xiaohua's body gradually reached a peak. His meridians could no longer hold this qi. Zhong Xiaohua's thoughts seemed to have been stripped away. He was very rational in controlling everything. With a turn of his mind, he advanced to the second level of the cultivation method according to the method shown in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Abundant qi filled his meridians. Suddenly, according to his thoughts, it rushed towards a certain place in his meridians. That place seemed to have a layer of membrane. No matter how abundant the qi was, it could not easily break through. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua continued to draw primordial qi from the primordial stones while controlling his qi to attack it. Once, twice, he did not know how many times he had attacked it. Zhong Xiaohua's mind gradually became tired, but the qi in his meridians had also reached a limit. Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He used all his strength to guide this qi and rushed towards that place without caring about anything else. A catcher sound was heard. Zhong Xiaohua's heart was struck by lightning. That membrane was actually broken through. The abundant qi seemed to have found a place to vent. Like a flood, Zhong Xiaohua's carefree heart sutra had officially entered the second level of cultivation. Just as Zhong Xiaohua heard the sound of thunder in his heart, his entire body and mind suddenly entered a new realm, and a brand new feeling filled his entire senses. Zhong Xiaohua did not have the time to sort out these feelings, and silently activated the second layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra, using all his strength to mobilize the vital energy in his meridians, and in this new environment, he continuously refined it. This refining was not just a new meridians, but also the vital energy. When the vital energy was in the first layer, there was no room for it to be refined, and in this new meridians, more than half of it was refined. The second layer meridians connected with the first layer meridians at the place where Zhong Xiaohua attacked, forming a brand new meridians, and the originally abundant vital energy returned to its previous level after being refined. However, as the vital energy from the vital stones outside his body continued to be absorbed, the vital energy gradually expanded from the thickness of a cotton thread to the thickness of a finger, and the circulating speed was still very fast, and in a flash, it covered a certain distance. -2. Chapter 231. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhong Xiaohua felt that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in her body had stabilized. That extremely pure and abundant yuan qi entered her meridians and converged into the zhen qi in her meridians. After a cycle of refinement, it was stored in her middle dantian. Zhong Xiaohua carefully discovered that the zhen qi in her middle dantian was much richer than before. The quantity was about the same as before, but the quality was a lot worse. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua habitually released her perception. This release was not a big deal, but it still gave Zhong Xiaohua a fright. That perception was like an eye, able to see everything around her. It was not like before when she could only sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. She thought of the records in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Wasn't this the divine sense mentioned in the Heart Sutra? This was a remarkable ability that could be achieved when the Heart Sutra was cultivated to the 6th level or above. How could she know it now? Zhong Xiaohua very interestingly tried out the remarkable ability she had just learned. This divine sense was like Zhong Xiaohua had grown an extra pair of eyes. She could see up and down, left and right, front and back. Moreover, this divine sense was not just like a pair of eyes, it was more like Zhong Xiaohua had grown an extra antenna. That divine sense wrapped around the crops in the field. Zhong Xiaohua could really feel the heaviness of the crops. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to use her divine sense to break off the fruits on the crops. Unfortunately, after trying, she could not do so. Presumably, it was because she had just learned it and was not yet mature. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense had just been cultivated and could not cover far. It could only cover an area of about 5 feet. However, this small distance already made Zhong Xiaohua very happy. It was like she had gotten a new toy. She played with it endlessly until she was tired. Then she felt it withdraw like the ebbing tide. As soon as Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense approached her, she realized that she was not sitting on the huge primordial stone alone. Her second brother, Zhong Xiaohu, was also standing beside her anxiously. Her surroundings were not as bare as when she first arrived. There was already a rough thatched hut built around her. Now she was sitting cross-legged in this small thatched hut. Zhong Xiaohua was astonished. He opened his eyes and was about to stand up when he suddenly discovered that the world in his eyes was somewhat different from the past. It was as if a veil had been lifted. Looking outside through the gaps in the straw hut, the entire world was clearly layered. Even the straw beside him could see the spirit within. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but understand. His Heart Sutra had entered the second layer. This was the benefit brought about by the advancement of his cultivation method. Thinking up to this point, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. If there were such changes after just cultivating the first level of the cultivation technique, what kind of changes would it be if he cultivated all 18 levels of the cultivation technique? Moreover, another question that had been in her heart for a long time floated up. The cultivation method and results of the Carefree Heart Sutra were clearly different from what He Tianshu had taught her. Was her inner strength cultivation method really an inner strength cultivation method? But if this Carefree Heart Sutra was not an inner strength cultivation method, then what kind of martial arts was it? Zhong Xiaohua could not help but frown. Zhong Xiaohua slowly walked out of the little straw hut. Zhong Xiaohu, who was standing at the side, was so anxious that he did not dare to walk. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Lifting his head, he saw Zhong Xiaohua coming out of the straw hut. His face immediately looked relieved. Quickly walking over, he looked at Zhong Xiaohua from head to toe and asked, "Xiaohua, are you all right?" Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "What could happen to me? Second brother, are you all right?" Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine. What could happen to me?" Zhong Xiaohua turned around and pointed at the straw hut and said, "If you're fine, why did you build a straw hut? I'm just going to sit here for a while. Is there a need for this? Just sit here for a while." Zhong Xiaohu acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Zhong Xiaohua's nose and said, "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, do you know that you've already sat here for 9 days and 9 nights? 9 days and 9 nights. Zhong Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. She repeatedly asked, "Second brother, how is this possible? How is this possible? I feel like it's only been a while." Zhong Xiaohu's face was filled with envy as he said, "You're being suspected. It's just 9 days and 9 nights. How could you have such an achievement by practicing the spirit of the bull? I heard from my master that some internal experts would practice in seclusion for several days. You've only just started, so how could you practice in seclusion for such a long time?" Zhong Xiaohua thought about it and still chose to remain silent. It wasn't that she didn't trust her second brother, but Zhong Xiaohu was still a disciple of the Misty School. If she told him the truth, it would inevitably put him in a difficult position. Since that was the case, a white lie was the best solution. Zhong Xiaohu saw that Zhong Xiaohua didn't speak and thought that he was still immersed in the progress of his internal strength. He asked again, "Xiaohua, what level is your internal strength at now?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "How would I know? I don't have a master to guide me. I'm just practicing blindly, so I'm not very clear." Zhong Xiaohu hurriedly said, "It's okay, Xiaohua. When we return to the Misty School, I'll help you ask my master. He'll definitely tell me." Zhong Xiaohua heard and quickly said, "Second brother, please don't. I'd rather practice on my own. If I have any questions, I'll ask you. If I don't ask, don't look for Hero Wen, okay?" Zhong Xiaohu saw this and could only nod. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic and asked, "Second brother, what's the matter with this straw shed?" Speaking of the straw shed, Zhong Xiaohu laughed and said, "You're still talking about it. That day, didn't you rush to fetch water? We waited for a long time but you didn't come back. Big brother came to look for you and saw you through the bucket beside the well. He thought you fell into the well and was scared to death. He didn't have time to report it and took something to fish for you in the well. Naturally, he didn't get anything out of the well. So Big Brother ran back like a madman and didn't dare to tell Mother and secretly pulled me out. So Big Brother made a rope and tied one end to his body and the other end to mine. You know, Big Brother has always been better at swimming than me. He rushed down the well and I couldn't do anything about it. But he stayed at the bottom of the well for a long time and still didn't find any trace of you. At this time, Mother, Father and sister-in-law also felt that something was wrong and rushed over. You don't know how Mother cried at that time and Father didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, sister-in-law was smart and felt that you wouldn't fall into the well so easily. So we looked around. Big Brother found you on the edge of the field, but you were sitting there motionlessly and seemed to still be breathing. Seeing your smiling face, Big Brother didn't dare to touch you and called me over. I saw you meditating in the medicine hall's guest room during the martial arts exhibition, so I told them that you were cultivating your internal strength and that it was a critical moment and couldn't be disturbed. So I persuaded them to go back. Mother and father naturally didn't want to go back, so I could only say that if they disturbed you, your life would be in danger. So they went back. Big brother and I kept watch from afar, but soon it was night time and you still hadn't woken up. Mother was afraid that you would freeze, and she was also afraid that the villagers would come and disturb your cultivation. We couldn't explain it to them, so we built you a straw hut. Ari, this straw hut was hard to build. Big brother and I built it from afar, then we quietly carried it over and covered you. Hihi, it was just like covering a bird in the snow when we were young. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she thought of the danger of qi deviation when she had just returned to the Guozhuang house. She couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, there was an expert like her second brother. If there wasn't, she might have suffered qi deviation again. She didn't know if she would be lucky enough to escape safely this time. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua said with an apologetic face, "Second brother, it's all my fault for being greedy for cultivation. I've brought you a lot of trouble." Zhong Xiaohu laughed and said, "What trouble? It's just that big brother and I have been watching over you for a day and a night. It's just like watching melons in the past. It's no big deal. However, you should hurry back home. You don't know how worried mother and father are. No matter what I say, they don't believe me. Only when they see that you're fine can they be at ease." Zhong Xiaohua said, "Okay, let's go back together." The two brothers returned to the village together. The familiar villagers asked from time to time, "Xiaohua, where have you been these days? I heard that you came back, but why didn't I see your shadow?" Zhong Xiaohu answered first, "Xiaohua went to Lu town. There are still some things to do." When the villagers saw that Zhong Xiaohua actually had something to do in Lu town, their eyes immediately filled with awe and no longer asked any more questions. When the two of them returned to the Zhong family's small courtyard, the whole family sat in the central room with worried faces. When they saw Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu come back, their faces all changed and they were very happy. Zhong Xiaohu said first, "Look, Xiaohua is back. She didn't lose a single hair. I was right, she was just practicing internal strength. You don't have to worry." Zhong Xiaohua looked at her mother's extremely worried eyes and said, "Mother, it's really just practicing. It's just that I accidentally used too much time. Look, I'm really fine." Before Guo Sufei could say anything, tears flowed out first. She wiped her tears and said, "It's not that I don't want you to practice martial arts diligently, but the next time you want to practice martial arts, tell me in advance so that I won't worry, okay?" Zhong Xiaohua said with heartache, "Mother, I know. It won't happen again. The next time I practice martial arts, I will definitely tell you in advance." Zhong Cai also bit his pipe and couldn't help but say, "It's good that you're fine. Next time, you must be careful. Tell me in advance so that I won't worry about others." Zhong Xiaohua said carefully, "I know, father. I will." Mr. Liu was also at the side. He sighed and didn't say anything. Liu Qian asked, "Xiaohua, you've been sitting for 9 days and 9 nights. Are you hungry?" Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua's stomach made a rumbling sound. Zhong Xiaohua blushed and said, "Sister-in-law, now that you mention it, I'm really hungry." Liu Qian smiled and said, "Then hurry into the house. Drink some water first. I'll bring you food right away." -2. Chapter 232. The food had been prepared a long time ago. Guo Sufei watched as her youngest son sat still and did not wake up. She was helpless and could only worry by the side. She was afraid that her son would wake up and be hungry, so she made fresh food every day. When her son woke up, he would be able to eat delicious food. However, Zhong Xiaohua had not woken up these days, so Zhong Xiaohu took advantage of the pork belly. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the piping hot food in front of him and couldn't help but feel hungry. However, when he really started eating, he didn't eat much before he wasn't hungry anymore. He only ate a few pieces of his favorite pork belly. However, he ate a few more mouthfuls of some fresh vegetables. Seeing her son put down his chopsticks after eating a few mouthfuls, Guosufei quickly asked, Xiaohua, is it not delicious? Mother will make more for you. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Looking at his mother's flustered appearance, Zhong Xiaohua quickly stopped her and said, Mother, I'm really not hungry. Although my stomach is growling, I'm not hungry after eating a few mouthfuls. Really? Guosufei certainly didn't believe it and wanted to go out in a panic. Zhong Xiaohua had to pull his mother and sit down to eat the vegetables. Seeing her son wolfing down the food, Guosufei calmed down. After finishing the meal, Zhong Xiaohua drank 2 mouthfuls of water and calmed down. Looking at everyone's eyes, Zhong Xiaohua was about to speak, but Guosufei said, Xiaohua, don't say anything. We know you are practicing martial arts. You must be tired after practicing for so long. Go to sleep first. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Mother, I'm really not tired. I don't need to sleep. We can practice internal strength instead of sleeping. How could Guosufei believe it? Even if Zhong Xiaohu patted his chest and guaranteed it, it didn't stop Guosufei's love. Zhong Xiaohua was forcibly dragged to the east wing by Guosufei, which was where Zhong Cai and his wife lived. Guosufei pressed her on the Kang bed and made her rest. Zhong Xiaohua originally didn't want to close her eyes, but seeing her mother sitting by the Kang bed, looking at her with heartache, she had no choice but to close her eyes. How could Zhong Xiaohua fall asleep at this moment? Out of boredom, Zhong Xiaohua thought of the divine sense that he had just learned. With a thought, his divine sense spread out like a big net. The entire Zhong family's small courtyard was within the range of Zhong Xiaohua's control. It was as if he was standing high on the roof and could see all the movements in the small courtyard. He saw his mother lovingly looking at him. He also saw that in the central room, his father and Mr. Liu were drinking tea and talking about something. His eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law were also asking his second brother something. His second brother was talking and laughing, and from time to time, he would talk to his father. The horse that he rode back was tied to a big tree in the courtyard, eating fodder with relish. In the pigsty and chicken coop behind the house, the livestock and poultry were all living peacefully. When Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the central room again, he was surprised to find that he could actually feel the vitality in the tea. Thinking of this, he swept his divine sense into the kitchen again. Sure enough, the faint vitality in the water jar was the spring water from the well. This discovery made Zhong Xiaohua very happy. In the future, he didn't need to sit cross-legged and use the Carefree Heart Sutra to sense vitality. He could use his divine sense anytime and anywhere. After playing for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua really couldn't lie down anymore. She opened her eyes and sat up. Guosufei rebuked, Xiaohua, why did you only sleep for a while? How can this be? Lie down for a while. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, Mother, I suddenly thought of something. I can't sleep anymore. Let's go out. I'll tell father. Guosufei saw that Zhong Xiaohua insisted on not sleeping. She guessed that there really was something, so she didn't force him and led her son back to the central room. After entering the central room, Zhong Xiaohua took out her money pouch from her bosom and poured out some scattered silver. She also took out some small banknotes from her bosom and gave them to her father with a smile. She said, Father, this is some silver I got from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Please take it. Zhong Cai took a look and smiled, no need. Little Blossom, your second brother already gave me your money a few days ago. You can keep these for yourself. When you go out, you spend a lot of money. You and your second brother have places where you need money. I've already accepted your second brother's money. You two brothers can use these for yourselves. Zhong Xiaohua didn't speak. She turned her head and asked Zhong Xiaohu, second brother, the small package I put on the Kang, you didn't touch it, right? Zhong Xiaohu said, I never touch your things. It should still be on your Kang. I've been worried about you these past few days, so I didn't pay attention to it. What, is there something valuable inside? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and didn't speak. She went out to get it. When Zhong Xiaohua came back, she put the small package on the table and untied the knot, revealing the things inside. Everyone was stunned. Other than a pile of banknotes, there was nothing else in that small package, When everyone came back to their senses, Zhong Cai's face was as cold as ice. He asked, Xiaohua, what's going on? You couldn't have. Before he finished speaking, she cut off Guo Sufei and said, Child's father, what are you thinking? Is our family's Xiaohua that kind of person? Then, with some surprise and some joy, she asked, Xiaohua, what's going on? Tell Nyang Qin properly. Zhong Xiaohua looked at her mother's trusting eyes and said, Father, Mother, these are all from the Misty School and Huanxi Manor. Don't worry, they came from a clean source. Zhong Xiaohu had seen the plot of Zhong Xiaohua extorting the mountain bandits. He didn't dare to believe it and asked tentatively, why didn't I know about these banknotes? Zhong Xiaohua said in a bad mood, Second brother, if you have the ability, you can win against that Yuan Xing boss. You will definitely reward you like this. Zhong Xiaohu shrank his head and said, Hehe, I knew you didn't work in vain in the arena. Arena? Everyone was puzzled again. Zhong Xiaolong curiously asked, what's going on? Xiaohua, why didn't you mention it a few days ago? Zhong Xiaohua said embarrassedly, I didn't say. I didn't want you to worry. In fact, it's nothing. It's just a friendly match between two gangs. Hurry up and say it. Say it completely. Guo Sufei said angrily. Helpless, Zhong Xiaohua could only recount the events of the martial arts exhibition from beginning to end. He even recounted the events of Chang'e and the others in full detail. Zhong Xiaohua didn't care, but when she heard Chang'e's name, Zhong Xiaohu suddenly felt her heart burning. Her face was a little red and her expression was very unnatural. Everyone listened attentively. Only Liu Qian was very sensitive and felt Zhong Xiaohu's strangeness. It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was very powerful. After listening to Zhong Xiaohua's story, Guo Sufei's heart was scared and her face was a little pale. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua quickly said, Oh right, I forgot to say. The people I fought with were all children around 10 years old. You guys can rest assured. Hearing this, everyone's hearts settled back into their stomachs. That's right, Zhong Xiaohua was already 14 years old. If he fought with him, wouldn't it be obvious that he was bullying him? They had directly forgotten that Zhong Xiaohua had just started learning martial arts. It was just that age was a problem. Guo Sufei probed, just because you defeated 2 younger monks, the Misty School's gang leader rewarded you with so much money? Then, she turned around and asked Zhong Xiaohu, what about you? Why didn't you win? Zhong Xiaohu scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, Mother, that monk is older than me. Guo Sufei suddenly said, Oh, so it's like that. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, It's not like that. Mother, the Misty School rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver. They are all 10 taels of silver for one. There are also 2,000 taels of silver from the Huanxi Manor. They are 5 taels of silver for one. In fact, 1,000 taels of silver is enough to reward me. According to the manor head, the key was that when I saved her last time, she felt that the 100 taels of silver I took was too little. She felt guilty, so she gave me an extra 1,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels. Everyone was dizzy, including Mr. Liu. This was an incomparably huge sum. The shock that the Zhong family received from Zhong Xiaohua last time had not yet passed. This time, Zhong Xiaohua brought back another 3,000 taels. This truly shocked the Zhong family to the core. After a long time, Zhong Cai finally came to his senses. This huge amount of money really belonged to his family. He indicated to Guo Sufei to put away the silver, but Guo Sufei hesitated for a moment. Then, she trembled and tightly held the small package in her hands. She walked back to the east room and came out after a long time. At this time, Guo Sufei's expression had already returned to normal. She even held a few silver notes in her hand. She walked in front of Liu Qian and handed it to her, saying, Qian, you have been married into our Zhong family for so many years. It has really been hard on you. This is 200 taels of silver. Take it and buy some accessories. When Liu Qian heard this, her face flushed red. She hurriedly declined, Mother, look at what you are saying. I came to our Guozhuang house not for money. You are treating me like an outsider. Zhong Cai also nodded and said, Chen, take it. Originally, these silver tails of silver should be kept by you. But Xiaolong's 2 younger brothers are not married yet. This silver tails of silver have to be kept. So, I let your mother keep it first. You can use it as pocket money. Liu Qian looked at Zhong Xiaolong and then kept the silver notes. When she heard this, Guo Sufei's face revealed a trace of gloominess. She asked with some worry, Xiaohu, you are practicing martial arts in Pingyang City. When will you be able to return to the Guozhuang house? A few days ago, there were a few ladies who proposed marriage to me. You are not young anymore. You should consider it. Mother is also anxious to hold a grandson. Zhong Xiaohu's face darkened. He said angrily, Mother, I am still young. Let's talk about these things in the future. Moreover, where did they go back then? They saw that I came back first and wanted to join in the fun. I am not going to do it. When Liu Qian heard Guo Sufei's words, she also lowered her head deeply. She held the silver notes tightly in her hand and did not say a word. Zhong Cai sighed and smoked again. Mr. Liu also had an awkward expression. He picked up the teacup and drank continuously. Zhong Xiaolong looked at Liu Qian lovingly. For a moment, the whole house was silent. Even if a needle fell to the ground, it would make a sound. -2. Chapter 233. Zhong Xiaohua saw that the atmosphere in the room was very dignified. Naturally, he knew what had happened at home, but this kind of thing was not something he could control. Suddenly, his heart moved. He released his divine sense and scanned Liu Qian's body. Since his divine sense could pass through objects, he didn't know if he could feel inside his sister-in-law's body. The result was that Zhong Xiaohua didn't know how to explain. Liu Qian's whole body exuded an extremely faint aura of vitality, and in her body, there was a small dot that contained a slightly strong aura of vitality. Zhong Xiaohua scanned everyone in the room one by one with his divine sense. He found that except for Zhong Xiaohu, everyone's body exuded a faint aura of vitality. Zhong Xiaohua gradually understood that this vitality must be from the spring water that the family drank every day. The vitality in the spring water was introduced into the family's body, which caused their spirit and body to not age. The small dot of vitality in his sister-in-law's body must be his future little nephew. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua coughed and said, Mother, you don't have to be too anxious. Second brother is in the Misty school and is a direct disciple. He has a lot of things that are not up to him to decide. You should go back to the family as soon as possible. Moreover, isn't there big brother and sister-in-law here? Guo Sufei listened and looked at Liu Qian. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Zhong Xiaohua continued to say, Is it because sister-in-law's health is not good? She used to study at home, but now she is always working in the fields in the Guozhuang house. How can she be tired? Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's question, Zhong Xiaolong said, Your sister-in-law's health is very good. She used to work a lot and let the doctors in the medical hall see her. They all said that she was fine, and her period hasn't come for half a year. It's no wonder that mother is worried. Hearing this, Liu Qian's face became even redder. Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of period. Seeing his sister-in-law so embarrassed, he knew that it was a woman's matter. Naturally, he wouldn't ask more. However, he smiled and comforted her. Well, sister-in-law, if you don't worry, let me take a look. The internal strength I practice has the part of checking the meridians of the human body. I also have some small achievements in this internal strength practice, so I can see some clues. What do you think? When he said this, most of the people in the hall believed him. Anyone who saw Zhong Xiaohua's closed-door practice for 9 days and 9 nights knew that he was very powerful. However, Zhong Xiaohu was not convinced. Martial arts were martial arts, and medical skills were medical skills. They were completely different. Even if the internal strength was profound, it could only check the meridians. He had never heard that the meridians had anything to do with pregnancy. Zhong Xiaohu opened his mouth and was about to say something. But when he saw Zhong Xiaohua's confident look, he didn't dare to say anything. His little brother had always been mysterious. Even if he practiced a messy boxing skill, he could get the appreciation of Master Ou. Maybe he really had some confidence. Besides, it was also a good choice to say a few nice words to fool the old lady. Liu Qian was also full of expectation and asked, "Of course, Xiaohua, what do you want me to do?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Just give me your hand. It's just like taking the pulse." When Liu Qian heard this, she quickly walked to the table and put her hand in front of Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua immediately stretched out 2 fingers and pretended to put it on Liu Qian's wrist. He released his divine sense again. In fact, he had already seen it just now. This time, he just wanted to confirm it. When his divine sense penetrated into the small point full of vitality, Zhong Xiaohua could actually feel the vitality inside. It was a kind of vitality that soared to the sky. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua was even more nervous about his guess. He closed his eyes like a doctor. After a while, when he felt that it was about time, he let go of her hand. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, he said, "Congratulations, sister-in-law." Liu Qian didn't speak. Zhong Xiaolong asked, "Xiaohua, is it true? Why do I feel that you are not reliable?" Guo Sufei scolded, "Xiaolong, don't talk. Let's see what Xiaohua has to say." When Zhong Xiaohua saw that his mother supported him, he couldn't help but stick out his chest and said, "It's like this. Big brother and sister-in-law, our well water is very delicious, isn't it? But it's definitely not just delicious. It's a treasure. I won't say the specific details. Big brother, don't you see that father and mother haven't aged much in these few years? Even Mr. Liu has a strong character. Sister-in-law has been drinking this well water, so it has a little impact on sister-in-law. This impact is a very good impact. I have checked sister-in-law's body according to the secret method of my internal strength. Not only there is no problem, but I also want to solemnly announce that sister-in-law is really pregnant." "Really?" Guo Sufei was stunned. "It can't be." Zhong Xiaolong didn't believe it. Zhong Xiaohu even curled his lips and said in his heart, "If it's about meridians, I can still believe it. But directly going to the main topic, I don't believe it no matter what." Zhong Xiaohua saw that her family members had different expressions. She clapped her hands and said, "I guarantee with my personality that what I said is absolutely true. It's just that this little thing is still very small now. It is trying its best to absorb the good things in the spring water. Maybe when it absorbs enough, it will grow up. At that time, you will see it. Then, do I still dare to drink the well water?" Liu Qian was a little skeptical and asked, "Of course you have to drink, and you have to drink more. If not, I don't know when my little nephew or niece will come out." Zhong Xiaohua said firmly, "So it's like this." Liu Qian was a little hesitant. She couldn't always drink water. Zhong Xiaohua saw her sister-in-law's look, and she seemed to understand her meaning. The vitality in the spring water was too thin. If the fetus really needed this vitality, it was really hard to say how much water it could drink. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. "Isn't there an incredible vitality stone in the field on the south slope? Can't I just knock a piece from it and bring it to my sister-in-law?" However, the vitality of the vitality stone was restrained, and there wasn't much vitality emitted. She didn't know if it would work. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua asked everyone to wait for a while, and she went out to the south slope. In the crops on the south slope, the vitality stone was still there, and no one paid attention to it. Zhong Xiaohua walked around the vitality stone for a long time, and she also took the stone and smashed it for a long time, but it seemed that no vitality stone was chipped off. In desperation, Zhong Xiaohua thought of her small sword. She took out the small sword from her arms and stabbed it at the corner of the vitality stone. A warm current flowed into the small sword from her left arm. The usually invincible small sword also suffered a setback this time, so Zhong Xiaohua persevered and stabbed dozens of times at the same point of the vitality stone. Returning to the central room, everyone was waiting impatiently. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and saw his money pouch on the table. He reached out for it and casually swept his divine sense over the money pouch. This inadvertent sweep stunned Zhong Xiaohua. The money pouch was emitting a faint circle of yuan qi. Could it be that this money pouch was a treasure? However, now was not the time to check. Since the purse didn't work, Zhong Xiaohua had to ask, "Sister-in-law, do you have any purse or silk bag?" Liu Qian was puzzled and said, "Yes." Then she took out a small silk bag from the west room. Zhong Xiaohua took it and put the vitality stone in it. Then she said to Liu Qian, "Sister-in-law, you wear this silk bag close to your body. It may be useful for children." Liu Qian carefully took it and walked into the west room. She hid it close to her body and then came back. Zhong Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept. Sure enough, the vitality stone in the silk bag actually established a connection with the small dot in Liu Qian's body. A trace of vitality entered the small dot through Liu Qian's body. Zhong Xiaohua pretended to take her pulse and said, "Sister-in-law, it's like this. It's really useful for the fetus. Don't leave this silk bag in the future." Liu Qian nodded solemnly. Zhong Xiaohua initially had the mood of watching the fun. But seeing Zhong Xiaohua become more and more serious, he was confused. This younger brother of his really has such a magical ability. After Zhong Xiaohua finished instructing Liu Qian, she picked up her purse from the table and put it into her arms. His hand touched another object in his bosom. He thought for a moment and took it out. He said to Zhong Xiaolong, "Big brother, I don't have anything good to give to my nephew. This fist manual is mine. Let's give it to him as his first gift in this world." Finished speaking, she handed the Big Dipper magical fist manual to Zhong Xiaolong. Zhong Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Xiaohua, what kind of joke is this? He hasn't even taken shape yet and you're giving him something now?" Zhong Xiaohua laughed. "It's because of this that you can see my concern. This is his first gift in this world. I'm sure he'll remember me for the rest of his life." Finished speaking, she forced the fist manual into Zhong Xiaolong's hands. Guo Sufei laughed. "Xiaohua is so considerate. As a grandmother, I'm going to fall behind." Zhong Cai said, "Xiaolong, this is Xiaohua's kind intention. Just accept it. When the child grows up, let Xiaohua and Xiaohu teach him martial arts." Mr. Liu also said, "Yes, just accept it. After I enlighten him, I'll let him look at this fist manual." Only Zhong Xiaohua bared his teeth and said, "Xiaohua, you're good. A fist manual is enough to send him off. What do you want me to give him?" Zhong Xiaolong saw that everyone was saying this, so he could only hand the fist manual to Liu Qian. Liu Qian was so smart. She knew that Zhong Xiaohua wouldn't fool her. Since Zhong Xiaohua knew something that even the doctors in the medical hall didn't know, and even put something in the silk bag for her to hide, and more importantly, a woman's unreasonable seventh sense told her that this fist manual wasn't ordinary. So she took the fist manual and carefully hid it in the back room. Only then did she come out to talk to everyone. Zhong Xiaohua saw that her sister-in-law treasured it so much and was happy. She secretly thought, "This fist manual is useless in my hands. If it can be passed down, it can be considered a family heirloom of the Zhong family. If many people learn it, maybe in a few decades, there will be a Bida school. Haha, just thinking about it makes me happy." -2. Chapter 234. Not to mention that Zhong Xiaohua was fantasizing about the inheritance of her fist technique in the future, and not to mention that Mr. Liu and Zhong Xiaolong were envious of martial arts. They kept asking Zhong Xiaohu endlessly, "Let's talk about Guo Sufei." She liked Liu Qian very much as her daughter-in-law. Everything was good when she married into the family, but her belly was still not there, which made her unhappy. If it was in another family, this mother-in-law would have already said vicious words, but Guo Sufei was not such an unreasonable person. Liu Qian also did all kinds of things very well. This made Guo Sufei bury her thoughts in her heart and not let others know. Today, when she talked about Zhong Xiaohu, she inadvertently pointed it out in her words. She thought that she was still a distance away from being a grandmother, but she didn't know that Liu Qian was already pregnant. So, Guo Sufei had already scolded the doctor in the medical hall thousands of times in her heart. In her eyes, Liu Qian was a model daughter-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. After waiting for a cup of tea's time, Guosufei couldn't help but say, Chen, you have been sitting for a long time. Maybe you are tired. Go back to the room and lie down. Liu Chen said with a red face, Mother, I'm not tired. Xiaohua just came back. Sit for a while and talk. Guosufei said, he is a child. He only knows how to be naughty. He didn't greet us when he was practicing martial arts. Anyway, there is nothing now. He will be at home for a long time. You are different from before. You have to be careful. Rest more and pay more attention to your meals. By the way, what do you want to eat? Tell Mother, I will cook for you. Liu Chen said shyly, Mother, there is really no need. I haven't felt anything yet. Maybe Xiaohua saw wrongly. It is not necessarily. Guosufei said, Xiaohua has never lied since he was a child. I believe what he said. You should go to the inner room to rest. When Zhong Xiaohua heard her mother praising her, she couldn't help but blush. She didn't expect that she still had such an honest image in her mother's heart. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with being honest. Moreover, it seemed that there were many times when he was honest in the past few years. Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Nyang Qin, it's still early. Sister-in-law just got pregnant. Why let her rest so early? Isn't it good for the fetus to move around more? Guosufei said, What do you know? My experience must be passed down. By the way, Xiaohua, since you can read and write now, why don't you write? Turn this experience into words and make it into a booklet and give it to Chanxian for safekeeping. It will be passed down to the next generation just like your boxing manual. When our Zhong family becomes a big family in the future, this will be our heirloom. What do you think? When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she didn't have any expression. She looked at the sky outside and said, Mother, it's going to rain outside. I'm going to collect the clothes. After saying that, he quickly walked out. When Guosufei saw Zhong Xiaohua leave, she turned to Liu Chen and said, Chanxian, what do you think of my idea? Liu Chen smiled and said, Mother, I'll listen to you and go to rest first. After saying that, she also went into the inner room. When Zhong Xiaohu saw Guosufei looking at him, he quickly said, Mother, the 2 horses outside need to be fed. I'd better go and add some fodder for them. Don't let them starve. Zhong Xiaolong also quickly said, Mother, I'll go and see Chanxian and communicate with the child. I heard that early children can hear their father's voice. The children born are very smart. Not long after, everyone in the room found an excuse and ran out. Guosufei looked at the empty central room and was not angry. She smiled and went into the eastern room. She took out a child's robe that had not yet taken shape and slowly made it. Zhong Xiaohua found an excuse to escape from the room. He turned around and went to the back of the room. He wanted to avoid his mother's nagging, but more importantly, his divine sense had found the fluctuation of energy in the money pouch. Naturally, he wanted to see if there was anything unusual inside. Of course, he couldn't look in front of people. Zhong Xiaohua found a bamboo by the side of the pond and sat down. He took out the money pouch he had seen in the cave from his bosom. He did not use his divine sense to check it. Instead, he poured out all the things inside. There was a shabby jade pendant, a small white stone, a pearl hair clip, and some other miscellaneous things. Seeing the pearl hair clip, a pretty little face appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. His face unconsciously revealed a smile, but then he was disappointed. He thought, I don't know what little Meng is doing now. Maybe I won't be able to see her in this lifetime. After pouring out the things inside the money pouch, Zhong Xiaohua turned the money pouch upside down. He didn't find anything unusual. Could it be the things inside the money pouch? Zhong Xiaohua first picked up the jade pendant and looked left and right. He didn't find anything strange about it. Then he picked up the small stone. This thing was strange, but he couldn't find any clues. Just as he was about to change to something else, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly became happy. He thought that because he released his divine sense, he found the difference in the money pouch. How could he just use his eyes to look at it? It seemed that he still couldn't adapt to the life of having divine sense. Thinking about it, he released his divine sense and wanted to sweep the small stone in his hand. Sure enough, The small stone emitted a faint yuan qi fluctuation. Zhong Xiaohua also saw the wonderful use of divine sense from the Carefree Heart Sutra. He tried to immerse his divine sense into the small stone according to the instructions of the Carefree Heart Sutra, but the stone unexpectedly didn't have any reaction. After a while, Zhong Xiaohua slightly frowned. He was about to give up. At this time, the stone suddenly emitted a faint white light. Zhong Xiaohua quickly increased the output of his divine sense. Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua felt as if his eyes were bright. He could actually see a lot of handwriting from the stone. It was as if he was reading a book. Zhong Xiaohua increased the output of his divine sense. The handwriting became clearer and clearer. When he saw it clearly, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These numerous handwriting were not the usual handwriting. It was actually the same handwriting on the waist tag of the Misty School. Fortunately, what kind of person was Zhong Xiaohua? He was the genius youth who used the Shuo Wen Jie to enlighten himself. Although these ancient characters were not commonly used now, and not many people even recognized them, there were still many records in the Shuo Wen Jie. It was just that everyone knew that these characters weren't used, so no one would really study them. No one would use the Shuo Wen Jie to enlighten themselves and recite it from beginning to end. Therefore, even if Zhong Xiaohua didn't want to recognize them, it was impossible. Moreover, when Zhong Xiaohua was recuperating at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, other than reading the Fist Manual, young Master Li Jinfeng often gave him those old books from the academy. Among them, there were 2 books written with these ancient characters. But to be able to see the handwriting on the stone as if he was reading a book, this was the first time Zhong Xiaohua encountered. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Zhong Xiaohua concentrated on reading, he saw a row of large characters in front of him, elementary alchemy. He couldn't help but be stunned. Alchemy? What was that? Alchemy? Elementary? Zhong Xiaohua was confused. But when he continued to read, it seemed to be a general outline or preface. Looking at it, Zhong Xiaohua was even more confused. The things written in this preface, Zhong Xiaohua had never heard of before. Moreover, the words were obscure and very different from the ancient book he had read before. The words used were very different, so he simply didn't know what was written. Zhong Xiaohua looked at it for a while and gave up. However, it seemed that in this preface, he saw the 2 words medicinal herbs, which attracted Zhong Xiaohua's attention. He decided to find some time to study it carefully. Putting away the small stone, Zhong Xiaohua used his divine sense to sweep the hair clip again, but he didn't find any fluctuations of primordial qi. Finally, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the broken jade pendant. Sweeping it with his divine sense, the jade pendant also had a very faint fluctuation of primordial qi. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. The heaven and earth primordial qi was thin. Before he had his divine sense, he didn't find anything. Now that he had his divine sense, how could strange things appear one after another? Picking up the jade pendant, Zhong Xiaohua already had his previous experience, so he directly immersed his divine sense into it. After waiting for a long time, the jade pendant also flashed and Zhong Xiaohua saw the contents of the jade pendant. This jade pendant was different from the small stone. The records in the small stone were very complete, and not a single word was missing. But the records in this jade pendant were very incomplete. Only the first half of the picture was drawn, and the drawing was also very vague. No matter how Zhong Xiaohua looked at it, he couldn't understand what was drawn. When he looked down, there were only some words, and the words were vague and even more incomprehensible. Until the end, there was a passage of about 300 or 400 words, which was relatively complete. When he looked carefully, it was the earth escape technique. The ancient method of writing the word escape was very complicated. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a long time before he remembered it. But even if he knew how to read it and knew what was this earth escape technique? Zhong Xiaohua didn't know. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua could also recognize the 300 or 400 words of the incantation. It seemed to be about how to operate and how to use it, but although he knew it, he didn't understand it. After looking at it for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense from it and carefully put it into his clothes. When he had time, he would study it himself. Then, Zhong Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the rest of the scattered things one by one. There were no more fluctuations of primordial qi, so he wanted to put them all into the money bag. Coincidentally, when Zhong Xiaohua casually swept his divine sense over the money bag, he found that the money bag was still emitting primordial qi fluctuations. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. He remembered that he had already taken out all the things in the money bag, and seemed to have turned the money bag upside down. How could there still be primordial qi fluctuations? After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua understood. Could it be that the fluctuations of the money bag itself? So Zhong Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, and immersed his divine sense into it. At first, there was no movement, but when Zhong Xiaohua expanded his divine sense, suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a space half the size of his small house appeared in his mind. -2. Chapter 235. It was a small space. It was flat, like a big box. However, this box was too big. It was half the size of Zhong Xiaohua's hut. It was very neat and tidy. Besides a small three-tiered shelf, there was nothing else. On the shelf, there were a lot of porcelain bottles, very neatly arranged, and under the shelf, there were a few crooked bottles. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua was completely stunned, and simply did not have the mind to look at the things on the shelf. He just looked at the small money bag in his hand, and used his spiritual awareness to feel the space inside the money bag, which was almost bigger than the chicken coop in the Zhong family's small courtyard. He felt incomparably inconceivable. What the hell was going on? Was there another world hidden in this money bag? When Zhong Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual awareness, the money bag was restored to an ordinary money bag, and Zhong Xiaohua could not find any flaws, but when Zhong Xiaohua's spiritual awareness penetrated again, he once again saw the space inside the money bag. This was repeated several times, and it never failed. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua thought, this money bag was used to store things, so was that space the place to store things? So, he withdrew his spiritual awareness, and put the pearl hair clip into the money bag. But when he released his spiritual awareness again, he did not see any pearl hair clip in the space. Looking again with his eyes, the pearl hair clip was still in the money bag. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but understand, this money bag seemed to have two places to put things, one could be seen with the eyes, and the other could be seen with the spiritual awareness. However, Zhong Xiaohua's problem came again. The place that could be seen with the eyes was put with the hand, but the place that could be seen with the spiritual awareness, what was the method used to put things in? Zhong Xiaohua held the pearl hair clip in his hand, and put it in the money bag, but could not put it in the space. If there was nothing in the space, Zhong Xiaohua may think that it was impossible to put things in, but there was something in the space, indicating that there must be a method to put it in. But, what was this method? Zhong Xiaohua was extremely bored, and swept the shelf in the space with his spiritual awareness. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua had a bright idea, since he did not know how to put things in, but if he knew how to take things out, then wouldn't it be the same? So, Zhong Xiaohua began to try to take things out, since this space could only be entered by the spiritual awareness. Presumably taking things out must be related to the spiritual awareness. Naturally, Zhong Xiaohua thought of when he had just woken up from seclusion, and the feeling of sweeping the field crops with his spiritual awareness, as if he had an extra hand, he could touch everything in the field. However, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to be unable to use his divine sense to sense this space and use his divine sense to pick up things. Thinking of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra about the use of spiritual awareness, Zhong Xiaohua temporarily withdrew his spiritual awareness from the money bag, and first recalled the skills in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, and then practiced outside, and then once again immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag. This time, while Zhong Xiaohua was perceiving the money bag, he also divided a trace of his spiritual awareness, and wrapped it around a porcelain bottle on the shelf, wanting to take it out of the space. Unfortunately, Zhong Xiaohua's spiritual awareness was just able to leave the body, and was really weak. How could he take this real object? Even if Zhong Xiaohua used all his strength, he used all his strength, that porcelain bottle still didn't move. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be anxious, and secretly said in his heart, "Come out." Just as this thought arose in his mind, that porcelain bottle suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's other hand that wasn't holding anything. Zhong Xiaohua's hand suddenly had something appear, and he was so scared that he almost threw it away. Fortunately, his eyes were very sharp now, and he saw it clearly the moment he threw it away. Zhong Xiaohua curiously put the porcelain bottle in front of his eyes, and observed it up and down. This was a small bottle carved out of jade. It looked exquisite, and it was warm to the touch. Even a layman could see that it was extraordinary. But it was a bottle used to hold things, and presumably the things inside were even more extraordinary. Unfortunately, Zhong Xiaohua could only guess this point, because that jade bottle was empty. Since he knew how to take things from the space, naturally he also knew how to put things from the outside into the space. Zhong Xiaohua followed suit, and used his spiritual awareness to wrap around the porcelain bottle in his hand. At the same time, he also immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag, and thought put it in. Sure enough, that jade bottle suddenly disappeared, and entered the money bag. Ha ha ha, Zhong Xiaohua burst into laughter. This thing was really fun. In the future, if he hid something in the money bag, he was afraid that no one would be able to find it. Thinking, Zhong Xiaohua took out that small stone and the broken jade pendant from his bosom, and put them into the space of the money bag. Then, subconsciously, he also took out the hair clip from the money bag, and put it together into the space. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought, if there were people who could use their spiritual awareness, wouldn't this money bag become a public thing? Anyone who could perceive this money bag, wouldn't they be able to take things from it? However, just as this idea just arose, Zhong Xiaohua laughed. If this money bag was really like that, who would put things inside? So Zhong Xiaohua put the money bag on the ground, and also wanted to try to take things from it, but his spiritual awareness could only sense the fluctuations of the yuan qi on the money bag, and couldn't immerse it. When Zhong Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, he was able to perceive the space of the money bag. So it was like this. Since he knew that others couldn't casually take things from his money bag, Zhong Xiaohua felt relieved, and carefully counted the things in the money bag. Although his spiritual awareness couldn't move the jade bottles, but he could see the things in the jade bottles. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the jade bottles one by one, trying to find something from them, but when he almost finished looking at all the jade bottles on the shelf, he didn't find anything useful. Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed, and finally, he saw a few crooked jade bottles at the bottom of the shelf. These jade bottles were different from the others. These jade bottles were sealed. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. Presumably there was something inside. He took out one of the jade bottles. This jade bottle was clearly much coarser than the jade bottle from before, and the quality of the jade was also not on the same level. Presumably, the things inside wouldn't be the same as the things in the previous jade bottle. Zhong Xiaohua took the coarse jade bottle and looked around. On the top of the bottle, there were 3 carelessly written characters, Qi-generating pill. These 3 characters were also ancient characters, and seemed to be casually written. Zhong Xiaohua curled his lips, and said in his heart, I reckon it's not some good stuff, even the name was written so casually. The mouth of the bottle was sealed, but now, how could it stump Zhong Xiaohua? He swept with his spiritual awareness, and sure enough, there were 3 medium-sized round things inside, which contained not weak yuan qi. If it was the Zhong Xiaohua who had never seen a yuan qi stone before, he would certainly be happy, and couldn't wait to take out these things, and swallow them whole. But now, Zhong Xiaohua's horizons were different. This insignificant yuan qi compared to a yuan qi stone was really insignificant, and it didn't arouse his interest in the slightest. Just as he was about to put the jade bottle back, he suddenly thought of the medicinal pills mentioned in the elementary alchemy book. Could it be that this qi-generating pill was the medicinal pill mentioned in the book? If it was like this, Zhong Xiaohua somewhat understood. Medicinal pills were originally medicinal pills that contained yuan qi, and the book also mentioned medicinal herbs. Presumably, this qi-generating pill was extracted from medicinal herbs. No wonder the Misty School had a specialized pharmacy for growing medicinal herbs. Presumably, those medicinal herbs were specifically used for alchemy. But how come the books he borrowed from Ouyang Yang in the Huanxi Mountain Villa were all about the cultivation of medicinal herbs, and he hadn't seen any books on alchemy? Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua thought of the Misty School's deacon saying that the pharmacy's books weren't lent out. Presumably, those alchemy books were all in the pharmacy. Thinking of the pharmacy's deacon's face, Zhong Xiaohua lost his interest in reading the books. Forget it, he would first finish reading the book in his hand. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua put the jade bottle back into the space. Zhong Xiaohua put the money bag into his bosom, pulled out a green foxtail grass from the ground, and bit it with his teeth. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the white clouds in the sky, leisurely floating. He felt that his heart seemed to have forgotten something, but it was at the edge of his mind, and no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember it. At this time, a large piece of white clouds piled up in the southern sky, like a crouching cow. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but daydream, how good would it be if I could lie among the white clouds in the sky? It must be much better than riding a cow. Crouching cow stone. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he climbed up from the ground with a zung sound. That huge piece of primordial stone that looked like a crouching cow. Zhong Xiaohua instantly remembered what he had forgotten. This primordial stone might be useless to others, but to Zhong Xiaohua, it was a real treasure. He had just woken up from meditation, and hadn't considered the problem of handling the primordial stone. That piece of primordial stone was incomparably huge, so he definitely couldn't move it away. But even if he could cut a few small primordial stones from above, who knew how many days it would be enough for him to absorb? He couldn't go back to the Guozhuang house every few days, right? Zhong Xiaohua was willing, but Huanxi Manor wouldn't do it. But if he left this primordial stone in the field, it would be exposed to the wind and rain. Zhong Xiaohua himself wouldn't do it. If by any chance it was carried away by others and used to tie cattle and sheep, wouldn't he regret it? Now, this small money bag actually had such a large space, it was simply a large warehouse that he could carry around with him. Didn't it just solve the problem of how to carry the huge primordial stone? But he didn't know whether such a large and heavy primordial stone could be placed in this money bag. Would it burst this money bag, or was this money bag too heavy? It didn't matter if the money bag was heavy, Zhong Xiaohua could also lift it up. But if it was really heavy, how could he carry it in his arms? -2. Chapter 236. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but feel excited. Although she knew that the crouching ox rock had been in the field for more than 2 years and no one had noticed it, there were many rocks around the Guozhuang house. No one would take it away in such a short time. Moreover, what use would the rock have? But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone took advantage of the fact that Zhong Xiaohua was not around and had evil thoughts about the worthless rock? The more Zhong Xiaohua thought about it, the more likely it was. She ran out from the back of the house and hurried out of the village. It was better for such a precious thing to fall into her purse first. Just as she ran to the front of the Zhong family's courtyard, she met the happy Zhong Xiaolong and the shy Liu Qian. Zhong Xiaolong was carrying a lot of things in his hands, but Liu Qian was walking behind him empty-handed. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua running quickly, Zhong Xiaolong could not help but ask, "Xiaohua, why are you running so fast? Come and help me carry the things." Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, "The things I want to get are more valuable than yours. I don't have time." She said, "Big brother, I have something urgent to do. Why don't you let sister-in-law carry it?" Zhong Xiaolong said angrily, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant. How can she carry heavy things?" When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she slipped and almost fell. She said, "Big brother, is it necessary? It's still so small. It's still early." As she said this, she used the nail of her little finger to show it. Liu Qian blushed and said with a kind of happiness, "That's right. I didn't feel it at all. Let me carry it." Zhong Xiaolong said in surprise, "So small? You saw it?" When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth and said, "I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I just thought it was small." Then she said, "Forget it. I'm going. I'll be back in a while." After saying this, she ran away. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's back, Zhong Xiaolong shook his head and said, "This child. Liu Qian tugged at his sleeve and asked, "What happened to Xiaohua? His hair is so rough. He's already in his teens, but he still looks the same as when he was young." "Xiaolong, I don't think so. I think Xiaohua is quite mysterious." "Mysterious? How did you come up with this word? Think about it. Xiaohua went to Pingyang City with Xiaohu. Moreover, Xiaohu was the one who went to learn martial arts. Didn't I say that Xiaohua didn't practice martial arts?" Zhong Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully. Liu Qian continued, "But when I came back this time, I heard from my mother that he had just arrived at the entrance of the village. When he saw that my mother was about to fall, he immediately ran from the roadside to the entrance of the village." "How far is that? How could he run there so quickly?" "It must be the Qinggong that they were talking about. I remember that a few years ago, Hero Wen and Heroine Shui's Qinggong weren't that fast." Zhong Xiaolong asked curiously, "Why haven't I heard about this from my mother?" Liu Qian smiled and said, "My mother was so happy at that time that she had forgotten about the strangeness of it. A few days ago, when Xiaohua was practicing martial arts, my mother was uneasy. When we were chatting, she mentioned this matter. I even used this to persuade her." "Oh right. Have you ever seen a person practicing martial arts for 9 days and 9 nights without stopping?" Zhong Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, "I've never seen anyone from the Jianghu and I don't know anyone who practices martial arts." "How would I know?" Liu Qian smiled faintly and said, "Idiot, even if you don't know anyone, what about the books that you read?" Zhong Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, Qian, since you asked me to read, I've also read a lot of books. There are serious books, recreational books, myths and ghosts, and anecdotes of the Jianghu. But I've never seen anything like that." "Oh, that's not right. It seems that there are some myths that say that immortals who practice martial arts often go into closed-door training for months or even years. I've never seen anything like that in the anecdotes of the Jianghu." Liu Qian said, "You haven't read much. Some of the biographies that talk about the Jianghu sometimes talk about closed-door training for 1 or 2 days. But I don't think I've heard of 9 days and 9 nights. For such a long time, he would be thirsty to death. But you haven't seen Xiaohua come home. My mother let him eat, but his appetite wasn't as good as usual. Don't you think that this is very strange?" Suddenly, Liu Qian blushed and said, "Also, just now Xiaohua said that our boy is so small. Do you think that he can really see?" Zhong Xiaolong wanted to wave his hand, but his hands were full of things and he couldn't move them. He could only shake his head and said, "Forget it. Xiaohua can't be so godly," but the more he said, the weaker his voice became. Finally, he added, "Oh, maybe." Immediately, he said with certainty, "It's best if he can see. Let him see the child's situation every day and tell us about it. Moreover, Xiaohua is our biological brother. The more powerful he is, the happier we will be, right?" Liu Qian said, "Yes, I really didn't expect that the little Xiaohua of the past would be so powerful now. Then, I think that when our boy grows up, we must let him practice the martial arts manual that he gave to our boy. I think he will have a bright future." Zhong Xiaolong laughed and said, "Why? Not letting him study and become a high-ranking official?" Liu Qian said, "Idiot, do you know anything about both civil and martial arts?" Zhong Xiaolong smiled apologetically and said, I don't know. I only know about civil and martial arts and husband and wife." Liu Qian blushed and looked around. She said, "You're not serious. Let's go. Look, mother is coming out." Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua was not next to them. Otherwise, she would have burst out laughing. That day at the village entrance, she pulled her mother, but it was an unintentional act. In fact, Guo Sufei was exaggerating the distance. Zhong Xiaohua's Qinggong had a breakthrough, but compared with Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing, there was still a big gap. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua had run out of the village entrance. After crossing the small bridge, she looked around and saw that there was no one. Then, she immediately used Qinggong to fly to her field. Before he even arrived, his divine sense had already swept in that direction like a waterfall. Fortunately, when his divine sense came into contact with the large amount of yuan qi contained in the primal stone, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was completely at ease. Arriving in front of the Primeval Stone, Zhong Xiaohua estimated the size of the Primeval Stone. She felt that it was more than enough to put it in the money bag. Only then did she take out the money bag. Just now, it was very difficult to take out a jade bottle from the space. Such a large and heavy Primeval Stone, she did not know if she could put it in. Zhong Xiaohua first immersed her divine sense into the money bag and felt the space. Then, she put her hand on the Primeval Stone. A wisp of divine sense wrapped around it. She used all her strength to put the Primeval Stone into the space. In fact, it was said that she used all her strength. How could Zhong Xiaohua know how to use divine sense to exert strength? Unsurprisingly, the Primeval Stone did not move at all. What was going on? Was it because the Primeval Stone was too big? But the space in the money bag was half the size of a house. It could definitely be put in. It must be because the Primeval Stone was too heavy. But how could her divine sense move such a heavy thing? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She was really stupid. Just now, she used a wisp of divine sense to take the jade bottle. Now, she used another wisp of divine sense. How could it work? So, Zhong Xiaohua left a wisp of divine sense to sense the space in the money bag. The rest of her divine sense was used to deal with the Primeval Stone. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense was still very weak. It could just completely cover the entire Primeval Stone. After it was covered, Zhong Xiaohua manipulated her divine sense to move the Primeval Stone into the space. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved again. It was so difficult for her to put the Primeval Stone into the space in the money bag. If she took it out from inside, it would certainly not be easy. In the future, if she wanted to absorb energy, what should she do? She couldn't always struggle to move the Primeval Stone. So, Zhong Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and took out the small sword from her arms. Like last time, she easily chiseled 2 small pieces of Primeval Stone the size of a thumb. Zhong Xiaohua somewhat helplessly looked at the 2 small pieces of Primeval Stone. She didn't know how many times she could absorb it. Thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua chiseled 2 more pieces and put them into her arms. Then, Zhong Xiaohua once again wrapped the Primeval Stone with her divine sense. Imitating the way she put the Primeval Stone into the jade bottle, she put it into the space. Zhong Xiaohua felt a tingling in her mind. The huge Primeval Stone in front of her disappeared without a trace. Only a big shallow hole was left in the field, indicating that there was something here. Zhong Xiaohua involuntarily clenched her teeth and took a breath of cold air. She massaged her temples with her hands and secretly said, "This unexpected wealth is really not easy to get. I have to pay the price." Sad, such a big Primeval Stone was taken into her purse. She had a headache. She really took advantage of it and still acted innocent. Waiting for her head to stop hurting a little, Zhong Xiaohua swept out her divine sense. That huge Primeval Stone was quietly lying in her purse. But that purse's space was originally clean and tidy. Suddenly putting such a big Primeval Stone in it and also stained with mud, it was rather out of place. But, this was Zhong Xiaohua's private space. Who could see it? After finishing all this, Zhong Xiaohua hummed a little song and walked down the hill. Just as she was about to turn, she suddenly thought of the spring water at the bottom of the hill. She walked to the well and still released her divine sense. Exploring the well for a moment, she knew the reason. Her huge Primeval Stone was originally dug out from this well. Some of the stones in the well were inevitably stained with Primeval Qi. Or it could be said that these stones were also small Primeval Stones. The spring water seeped into the well and soaked with the Primeval Stones. Naturally, it was rich in Primeval Qi. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to fish out some Primeval Stones from the well. But in her divine sense, those Primeval Stones were really small, comparable to grains of sand. It was not easy to get them. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua knew that her family drank the water from the well. The Primeval Qi in the water was very good for their bodies. Why would they do such a desperate thing? Zhong Xiaohua was thinking when he suddenly felt someone coming from behind. She turned her head to look. It was her second brother Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu carried 2 buckets of water. It was obvious that he was here to fetch water. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua, he was very happy and said, "Xiaohua, why did you come here again? Just now when Big Brother came home, he said that you had an urgent matter. What is it? Could it be related to this well?" -2. Chapter 237. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua said seriously, "It's like this, second brother. I just received a pigeon message from our school, saying that Sister Chang'e will come here in a while. I ran away, but she couldn't find our home, so I hurried here." Hearing that Chang'e was coming, Zhong Xiaohu hurriedly asked, "Chang'e, is she really coming?" But as soon as he said this, he saw Zhong Xiaohua trying to hold back her laughter. He knew that he had been fooled by this little devil. He laughed and said, "Forget it. Which school are you from? Bida school or Misty school? If you're from Misty school, why haven't I seen you take anyone as your teacher? If you're from Bida school, it seems that your successor is still in my eldest sister-in-law's belly." Seeing that second brother knew that she had been fooled, Zhong Xiaohua was not anxious. She said with a smile, "I just didn't want to help my eldest brother carry things, so I made it up. Look at him. He carries everything by himself. My eldest sister-in-law is empty-handed. Why does she want me to carry things for him?" He. Zhong Xiaohu laughed and said, "You're wrong. Since you told mother and father this morning that my eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, she's now catching up with your status in the family. She's the first level of protection of our Zhong family. Not to mention carrying things, even drinking water has to be poured by mother herself. Even if my eldest sister-in-law wants to get up, mother will stop her. You see, didn't you say that the well water is good for the baby? Mother made another water tank and asked me to carry more water home." Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Anyway, we have to leave home in a while. My eldest sister-in-law can take my place. I don't care. But her position won't last long. Mother loves the house and its crow. When the baby is born, my eldest sister-in-law will be left behind. Oh, by the way, second brother, the spring water is better fresh. If it's left for a long time, it won't have any effect. You'd better not pick it." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu put the bucket on the ground and asked, "Xiaohua, is what you told us this morning true? I always feel that you don't have such great ability. Is the bull strength really so powerful? By the way, you've been practicing in seclusion for 9 days and 9 nights. To be honest, although I'm just a beginner in martial arts, when I was in the escort agency, I've heard a lot of things in Jianghu. Why haven't I heard of this?" Zhong Xiaohua pondered for a moment. In fact, he didn't plan to hide it from his family. There was no harm in telling them. However, his second brother was a disciple of the Misty school. If he knew, it would be difficult. The Carefree Heart Sutra was definitely a treasure of the Misty school. If he secretly practiced it, even if Ou Peng eventually investigated, his second brother wouldn't know about it. Perhaps he wouldn't be implicated. However, if he didn't report it, it would be a different matter. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua said seriously, "Second brother, everything I said is true. However, it's hard to explain the reason. Also, second brother, about me practicing for 9 days and 9 nights without sleep and rest, you should go back and tell father and mother. Don't tell anyone else. Some things are better left unsaid." Zhong Xiaohu looked at his brother who was maturing day by day. He smiled and said, "You've already given your instructions. Father, mother, and Mr. Liu have already discussed it when you were in seclusion. When you went out just now, you warned us again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word." Zhong Xiaohua looked at Zhong Xiaohu and didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he said, "Thank you, second brother. Actually, I have some difficulties." Zhong Xiaohu smiled and interrupted him. He said, "Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. I've watched you grow up. How could I not know what you're like? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I won't force you." Then, he picked up the bucket from the ground and said, "Let's go. Since you don't want to carry water, let's go home. Mother made that water jar for nothing. If it doesn't work, let her pickle vegetables. When the two returned home, Guo Sufei saw that Zhong Xiaohu didn't come back with water and frowned. After Zhong Xiaohua explained, Guo Sufei smiled and said, "So it's like this. It's really good to have fresh water. In the future, let Xiaolong carry water 3 times a day. Our family's consumption will be changed to this well water." Zhong Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Zhong Xiaohua came out of closed-door training safely and Liu Qian was pregnant. The Zhong family could be considered to have 2 happy events. Naturally, it was very lively at night. Mr. Liu usually ate at the Zhong family's house. Of course, he wouldn't miss out today. The whole family was full of joy and harmony. When it came to cooking, there were some problems. In the past, Liu Qian was the main chef and Guo Sufei was the assistant. Since the morning when she learned that Liu Qian was pregnant, Guo Sufei didn't let Liu Qian do anything. Of course, cooking was not allowed. Guo Sufei was used to cooking in the past, but it was extremely frugal. Now, the Zhong family could be considered to have more than 3,600 taels of silver. This was unimaginable in the past. Today, although it couldn't be extravagant, it couldn't be said to be simple. Therefore, the problem arose. How could Guo Sufei do it alone? Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua asked for help, but they were chased out by Guo Sufei. How could she bear to do it when she didn't come back for 2 years? When Liu Qian saw it, she just shook her head. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua said to Guo Sufei, "Mother, it's better to let sister-in-law do it. In fact, the child hasn't formed yet. It won't affect anything. Moreover, isn't it good for the child to be more active? When her pregnancy becomes obvious in the future and it's really inconvenient for her to move, it won't be too late to let her rest. You're just a child. What do you know? When you're pregnant, you have to take care of yourself. Don't lose the child." Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Liu Qian. She smiled and said to her mother, "In fact, sister-in-law's child is already half a year old. It's already stable. Mother can let sister-in-law move around." Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua paused. Then, she said, "Sister-in-law's child is different from ordinary people. We don't know when it will be formed. Mother, you have to be prepared. You can't be impatient." "Tilda, I see." Guo Sufei felt a little unprepared. "How long will it take?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "How would I know? Maybe 1.5 years. Maybe 3 to 5 years is also possible. You can't let sister-in-law not work for 3 to 5 years. This." Guo Sufei didn't say anything. Liu Qian took the opportunity to step forward and said, "Mother, who cares how long it will take? We'll still live as usual. I'll work as usual. It won't be too late to talk about it when the melon is ripe." Guo Sufei nodded hesitantly. Liu Qian smiled and hurried into the kitchen. The whole family was waiting to eat. How could they not be anxious? Although the food at home wasn't as good as at Huanxi Manor, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhong Xiaohua liked this kind of happy atmosphere very much. Although her appetite wasn't very good, she still ate a lot. After the meal, everyone drank tea and chatted. They talked about some interesting things. Zhong Xiaohu also shared his experience as a bodyguard. Although there were such opportunities a few days ago, Zhong Xiaohua was still meditating in the field. How could the family be in the mood today? Perhaps it wasn't until today that everyone was completely relieved. Late at night, everyone returned to their rooms. Zhong Xiaolong went out and sent Mr. Liu back. When they returned to the room, Zhong Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, do you sleep or practice at night?" Zhong Xiaohu said, "Usually, I practice. I've just started practicing the art of ethereal magic. It's time for me to consolidate it, so I need to practice more. A few days ago, I saw you meditating, so I didn't dare practice." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's practice together." Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "Okay, let's compete. Let's see who can improve faster." In fact, he had long lost confidence in his younger brother. Practicing for 9 days and 9 nights is not something an ordinary person can do. Although he didn't have the opportunity to test Zhong Xiaohua's internal force, he absolutely believed that he may not be his younger brother's opponent. Zhong Xiaohu closed the door, walked to the Kang and sat cross-legged. According to Wen Wonhai's teachings, according to the records of ethereal divine art, he practiced breathing and refined his internal force. Zhong Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged and released his divine sense to feel the energy around him. He sighed softly. How could these few strands of energy be enough for him to practice? He saw Zhong Xiaohu meditating and couldn't help but sweep his divine sense towards Zhong Xiaohu. However, he didn't feel any signs of energy. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Listening to second brother's tone, his ethereal divine art was already at the entry level. His chi was also beginning to take shape. How could there be no signs of energy? Although his divine sense was like an eye, it was still sensitive to energy. Even the fetus in Liu Qian's body was only able to sense it because it absorbed energy. If there wasn't such an opportunity, how could Zhong Xiaohua know so much? Perhaps the ethereal divine art had some mysteries that he didn't understand. Thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua took out 2 small stones from his bosom. He held one in each hand and closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Zhong Xiaohua originally thought that since the primordial stone was so small, the primordial qi within it must be limited, and the absorption would be very weak. However, just as he circulated his qi, he felt an extremely rich primordial qi flow out of the primordial stone in his hand and into his meridians. It was the same as sitting on the primordial stone a few days ago. Zhong Xiaohua quickly suppressed his astonishment and calmly absorbed and refined the primordial qi. However, he didn't immediately enter a meditative state. After a while, he stopped absorbing and didn't open his eyes. He just used his divine sense to sweep the stone. This sweep didn't matter. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. The energy in the stone was still abundant. It didn't weaken because of his absorption. This small stone might not be too durable. If so, this small stone would be enough for him to practice for a long time. Thinking about the huge crouching ox stone in his purse, Zhong Xiaohua's mouth almost cracked from smiling. -2. Chapter 238. Not to mention that Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed in the small room, it was difficult for her to calm down and absorb qi into her body. In the east room, Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei were also unable to sleep. Guo Sufei said, "Father of the child, I heard from Xiaohua that the child in Qianqian's belly will take several years to be born. What do you think about this?" "Several years?" Zhong Cai said in surprise. "How can it be so long? Other people are pregnant for 10 months. Why does it change when it comes to our family?" Guo Sufei said tensely, "I heard it from Xiaohua himself." Zhong Cai said disapprovingly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How can a child like him know these things?" Guo Sufei said angrily, "If Xiaohua doesn't know, how can he know that Qianqian is pregnant? Moreover, didn't you see that he put something in the silk bag for Qianqian? If he really doesn't know, why is he acting so serious? Xiaohua has never been a child who lies. There must be a reason for what he said." Zhong Cai thought about it and said, "It makes sense. Xiaolong and Qianqian have been married for almost 2 years. They should have had a child long ago. According to Xiaolong, Qianqian should have been pregnant half a year ago. If it was someone else, they would have had a big belly by now. But our Qianqian still doesn't show that she is pregnant at all. Even the doctors in the medical hall can't see it. According to the growth of the child, Xiaohua said a few years is fast." Guo Sufei hesitated and said, "But, isn't this too scary? Who needs a few years to have a child?" Zhong Cai was also silent. After a long while, he said, "Didn't I hear the storytellers say that many immortals carry a child for decades? Some even carry it for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. We've only been pregnant for a few years, so it's normal." "Phut," Guo Sufei laughed and said, "That's all made up by others. Do you believe it? Whether I believe it or not is not a problem. The key is that there is no smoke without fire. Since there is such a saying, there must be a reason. Otherwise, no one would think of such a legend even if they cracked their brains." "That's true. But even so, our Qianqian has been pregnant for such a long time. If others were to find out, who knows what they would say? They might even think that, Guo Sufei couldn't bring herself to say the last word. Zhong Cai sighed and said, "Yes, it's unusual. If the villagers knew about it, they would definitely think so. By the way, you didn't tell anyone when you went out today, did you?" Guo Sufei thought for a moment and said, "I was busy at home today and didn't have time to go out. How could I have the chance to tell others? That's for the best. I'll tell them tomorrow morning, especially Mr. Liu. Don't tell anyone about this yet. We'll talk about it when Qianqian gives birth." "Okay. Father of the child, I think so too. Xiaolong and Qianqian went out today. I don't know if they will tell anyone." "Haha, they definitely won't. If Xiaolong went out alone, he might not say anything. But with Qianqian, this child has always been shy. Even if you give Xiaolong 2 times the courage, he won't dare to say anything." "Well, that's good. Go to sleep. There are still things to do tomorrow. These days, I've been worried about the child. The work in the field has been delayed. Let it be delayed. The child has brought back so much money. It's enough for us to live for a lifetime." "Mother of the child, you're wrong. Money is just a worldly possession. No matter how much money there is, it's still a dead object. How can it be compared to the field? It's a living thing. We can rely on it for a lifetime." "I know. Old man, go to sleep. We still have to go to the field tomorrow." In the west room, Zhong Xiaohua and Liu Qian also found it difficult to sleep. Not to mention the 3,000 taels of silver that Zhong Xiaohua had given to their mother and the dozens of taels of silver that their mother had given to them, just the fact that they were pregnant and the pregnancy might be very long was enough to make them talk non-stop. Zhong Xiaohua, who was cultivating, immediately fell into a deep sleep. Endless starlight shone on his body and lingered around the entire room. If it was before, Zhong Xiaohua would definitely open all the pores on his body and draw in qi into his body. But now that Zhong Xiaohua had reached the second level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, his cultivation method had also changed. The spiritual altar on top of his head opened wide, like a whale swallowing endless starlight into his body. In just 15 minutes, he had absorbed more starlight than before. If Zhong Xiaohua was awake at this moment, he would definitely be able to clearly feel the starlight being absorbed into his meridians. It was no longer as indiscernible as before. Moreover, a portion of the starlight flowed into his meridians and was refined into them. A portion of the starlight was absorbed by his jade-like white bones, and even more of it flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. On the other side of the room, Zhong Xiaohu was also sitting cross-legged. According to the internal strength cultivation method of the art of ethereal magic, he did not stop breathing. Although martial arts and the way of immortality were completely different, they both refined and used the meridians of the entire body. The meridians were ordinary. Zhong Xiaohu was now at the first level of the art of ethereal magic. From time to time, he would feel a warm current flowing into his forehead. Usually, he would only feel the qi of his internal strength and would not be able to truly draw in the warm current. But today was different. Zhong Xiaohua was cultivating in the room and had drawn in an endless amount of qi. This endless amount of qi had already filled the entire room. Although he was absorbing it like a whale, he could not use it all for himself. Zhong Xiaohu's body was also enveloped in a large amount of qi. Just as Zhong Xiaohu was thinking, he suddenly felt a cool qi seeping into his body from his forehead and flowing into his meridians. He could not help but be shocked, thinking that he had suffered from qi deviation. He opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, but there was not the slightest bit of difference. Thinking that it was his own environment, he began to think again. But just as he entered a meditative state, the clear qi was still seeping into his body. Zhong Xiaohu did not dare to continue cultivating and got off the bed. At this time, the small room was filled with starlight, but starlight was the most mysterious and also the smallest. Even if the room was filled with starlight, it was not as brilliant as the night sky. It was just a layer of faint white light that could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhong Xiaohu got up and walked around the room for a while, but did not feel anything wrong. He only saw that Zhong Xiaohua was also sitting cross-legged, peacefully sleeping. He smiled. He originally wanted to put his little brother down and cover him with a quilt, but his hand stopped halfway. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's posture, it was the posture of someone cultivating internal energy. It was difficult to guarantee that there was no zhenqi flowing in his body. If he casually disturbed him, it would inevitably affect his little brother's cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohu returned to the Kang bed. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then lay down on the Kang bed, preparing to sleep. Today's cultivation was different from usual, and he did not dare to cultivate again. If he took a wrong path, it would be bad. But when he lay down, tossing and turning, he was unable to fall asleep. There was always a thought in his mind. He closed his eyes and thought that there was qi coming from the sky. Of course, it was because there was no qi that he thought about it. But today, there was such an opportunity. There was actually qi coming from his forehead. Was this a blessing or a curse? Zhong Xiaohu faintly felt from the bottom of his heart that this was definitely a great opportunity. It was definitely beneficial without any disadvantages. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohu sat up on the Kang bed with a hu sound. If there was a blessing, then it was not a curse. If there was a curse, then it could not be avoided. If it was really a great opportunity, then his hesitation would cause him to miss it. Immediately, Zhong Xiaohu had a plan. He sat down cross-legged and began to use the Heart Sutra of the ethereal divine art. He continued to think. Sure enough, the threads of cold qi continued to seep from his forehead, flowing into his meridians. Some of it also flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. Zhong Xiaohu was not like Zhong Xiaohua. He did not go through a systematic internal force study. Not only did he cultivate internal force at the Lotus Escort Agency, but he also received the careful teachings of Wen Wenhai in the Misty School. Regarding the nourishment, refinement, and transportation of zhenqi, he had a lot of experience. When the threads of starlight seeped into his forehead, he tried to control the starlight and integrate it into his zhenqi. Unfortunately, the starlight was not under his control. After it flowed into his meridians, it flowed forward along the meridians. The more it flowed, the less it became. It was only because the starlight on his forehead continued to seep into his meridians that the cold stream was able to maintain its flow in his meridians and did not disappear. When the cold stream had completed a full cycle and reached the starting point, there were only a few threads left. They mixed with the cold stream that entered later and continued to flow. Zhong Xiaohu was a little anxious. He thought that his internal force control was not good enough and that the cold stream could not enter his dantian and become his zhenqi. In reality, the starlight had already integrated into the meridians of his entire body. It was refining and integrating with his meridians. It could be said that his meridians were undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change would allow him to have a higher starting point in his internal force cultivation in the future. It would be difficult for others to catch up with him. If it was really as Zhong Xiaohu thought and was only refining it into internal force, then it would be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. At this time, Zhong Xiaohu did not know about this. He just kept on urging his heart technique, wanting to retain the starlight and not let it disappear. After an unknown amount of time, Zhong Xiaohu did not know how many times he had urged his heart technique. The starlight in his meridians was still only a faint wisp, just enough to flow through his entire body. At this time, suddenly, Zhong Xiaohu felt that his forehead no longer had the cold stream seeping into it. Correspondingly, the cold stream in his body only circulated one cycle before completely disappearing. Before Zhong Xiaohu could investigate the situation of his meridians and the changes in the zhenqi in his body, he heard the sound of Zhong Xiaohua on the Kang beside him getting up. Zhong Xiaohu opened his eyes and saw Zhong Xiaohua tiptoeing up from the Kang. She stretched, carefully opened the door, and walked out. Zhong Xiaohu's heart moved. Could it be that the cold stream on his forehead was related to his brother? Otherwise, when his brother got up, the cold stream would disappear. Suppressing the urge to get up, Zhong Xiaohu still silently used his heart technique to check the situation of his cultivation last night. In his dantian, the pitiful amount of zhenqi did not increase at all. Checking his meridians, there was also no change. Zhong Xiaohu could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that his hard work last night was in vain. With a wry smile, Zhong Xiaohu also got up, opened the door, and went out. -2. Chapter 239. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset, this was the life of a country bumpkin. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong were no exception. These days, because Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua had returned home, it had affected the work at home. Now that everything at home had settled down, it was time for life to return to its original path. After eating, Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong took hoes and other things and prepared to work in the fields. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua also rushed to help. Zhong Cai said with a smile, "There's nothing to do in the fields now. We're just going to take a look at the fields and hoe the weeds. The end of autumn is coming. You should rest at home. It won't be too late for you to help in a few days when the autumn harvest comes." The two of them wanted to snatch the farming tools several times, but they were stopped by Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong. Seeing that they couldn't resist their father and brother, they didn't insist and watched them go to the fields. The two of them sat in the small courtyard, quietly watching their mother and sister-in-law busy. They suddenly felt somewhat out of place and didn't know what to do now. The two of them thought of practicing martial arts at the same time. But if they practiced martial arts, why did they come home? Wouldn't it be better to practice in Misty school? At this time, Zhong Xiaohua said, "Second brother, we don't have anything to do at home. Why don't we go to the city and have a look? Although Lu Town is the closest town to our home, I haven't really explored it." Zhong Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He said, "You're right. We can take this opportunity to visit young Master Li's family and tell them that we're safe. We can also see if they have anything to say or bring back." Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "That's right. I was about to say the same thing." Li Jinfeng had visited the Guozhuang house during the New Year, and Guo Sufei had a very good impression of him. When she heard that he had taught her son how to read and read, she was even more delighted. She took out some money from her bosom and urged Zhong Xiaohua to buy more gifts for him. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and accepted the money. The two led their horses out. Before they left, Guo Sufei specifically told them to hurry back. If they were invited to stay for dinner, they had to return to the Guozhuang house after dinner. The two of them naturally agreed. Once they were out of the village, the two of them swung their stirrups and mounted their horses. They galloped towards Lu Town. In the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Town was in sight. At this time, the sun was already high in the sky. The sun was gradually getting hotter, and there were more people on the official road. The two brothers couldn't help but slow down their horses and slowly enter Lu Town. They hadn't been to Lu Town for 2 years. The two brothers looked around and found that there weren't many changes. Even the square where the opera was held during the New Year was still the same. However, there were many hawkers and footmen hawking their wares in the square. It was very lively. In a corner of the square, there was even the sound of a gong. It must be a juggling show. When Zhong Xiaohua heard the gong, he didn't want to move. He liked to watch juggling shows since he was young. How could he not go and join in the fun when there was such a beautiful thing in front of him? Before Zhong Xiaohua could reach them, the place where the juggling was taking place was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Zhong Xiaohua was short, so of course he couldn't see them. Moreover, he was leading a horse, so he couldn't just go in. Zhong Xiaohua looked left and right. There was an old tree that the two of them couldn't hug. He greeted his second brother and led the horse over. After tying up the date-red horse, he looked left and right. When no one was paying attention, he used a lightness skill and immediately jumped to the top of the tree. He sat on the top of the tree and his body moved up and down with the branches. He was as steady as Mount Tai. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, he sighed in his heart. The martial arts exhibition has only been going on for a few days. That's because my younger brother didn't even know how to use lightness skills. Now he can already jump to the top of the tree. I have to work hard to catch up. Zhong Xiaohu also tied up the date-red horse and slowly climbed to the top of the tree. This country child had learned how to climb trees since he was young. Even if his lightness skills weren't good, it was still very easy for him to climb up a tree. At this time, the sound of the gong came from the crowd. Everyone cheered. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua quickly looked over. Sure enough, there was a little monkey with a red butt in the crowd. It was doing all kinds of ridiculous and exaggerated actions. It was making people laugh. It had been a long time since they saw a monkey show. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua watched with great interest. After the monkey finished playing, the little monkey actually took the copper gong and walked towards the crowd. One by one, it asked for copper coins. When the copper coins fell into the gong, the monkey actually made a bowing action, which made people roar with laughter. After asking for a round of money, the monkey returned the gong to its owner. It asked for food from its owner and wolfed it down. Then, it squatted to the side and scratched its ears and cheeks. The juggler picked up the gong and knocked it again. He shouted, "Everyone, if you have money, then come here. If you don't have money, then come here. I am not talented, but I have a set of fist techniques and a healing ointment passed down in my family. I don't dare to keep it to myself. Now, I will take them out for everyone to appreciate. After I finish the fist technique, I will ask everyone to take a look at the ointment passed down in my family. It is effective for bruises and bruises." Hearing the juggler's words, many people prepared to leave. When the juggler saw this, he quickly stopped and said, "Okay, I will now show my incompetence. Everyone, please take a look." This attracted a lot of attention. They all stopped and looked again. The juggler tidied his clothes and hat, tightened his belt, and made a starting position. He began to perform the fist technique in the open space. Zhong Xiaohua watched from afar on the tree. When she saw the monkey resting and starting to scratch lice, she felt regretful. She was about to jump down from the tree when she saw that he was performing the fist technique again. It was a fist technique passed down in her family. She stopped and looked at the arena. The juggler was tall and muscular. When he performed the fist technique, he was full of vigor and was extraordinary. However, while the layman enjoyed the show, the expert appreciated the skill. After watching for a while, everyone cheered. However, in the eyes of Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu, the fist technique was full of flaws. It was just that the fist technique was still very unfamiliar to them. They had never seen it before. Zhong Xiaohu only practiced the 6 he fists, so it was understandable that he had not seen it before. Zhong Xiaohua, on the other hand, had read many fist technique manuals, but she had never seen it before. From the looks of it, this fist technique was indeed a family heirloom and was rarely seen in the pugilistic world. As the man was performing, he saw that in a corner to the east, the crowd was in a mess. Zhong Xiaohua was standing high, so she naturally could see further. Furthermore, with her sharp eyes and ears, she had long seen a short fatty. He was leading a few followers and was squeezing into the crowd. When Zhong Xiaohua saw the fatty's face, she could not help but grit her teeth together, producing a creaking sound. Zhong Xiaohu was watching the family heirloom fist technique with great interest. When he heard the sound, he noticed Zhong Xiaohua's odd behavior. He asked with concern, "Xiaohua, what's wrong?" "Toothache." Zhong Xiaohua calmed her heart, pointed at the fatty and said, "Second brother, look at that short winter melon over there. Which one is it?" When Zhong Xiaohu saw it clearly, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "I've been searching high and low for him. I was still looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Now that he's here, the heavens have opened their eyes. But this guy has brought a lot of followers. Look at the middle-aged man in black clothes near him. He walks with a majestic gait and his stance is steady. He must be his bodyguard. I don't know how good his martial arts are. Let's not go for wool and come home shorn and be taught a lesson instead. This guy has always bullied men and women. Since he's here, there must be something wrong. Let's take a look first before making a decision." While they were talking, the juggler had also finished his boxing. His whole body was covered in sweat. The man took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles. He then picked up a package from the ground and took out a few stacks of ointment. He placed them on the gong and began to promote them to the audience. The short black fatty walked to the side of the arena and said loudly, "You, that man, bring your ointment over for me to take a look. If it's good, I'll buy it all." The man thought that it was a big deal and hurriedly walked over with a smile. The fatty said, "What are the effects of your ointment? Tell me about it." The man said, "This is a secret recipe passed down in my family. It's brewed with precious herbs. It's specially used to treat injuries, fractures, and other external injuries. It's very magical. Young master, you'll know when you bring it home and try it." The fatty said, "I want to buy it, but I'm afraid that I'll be cheated." In today's society, the morals of the world are deteriorating day by day. Each generation is worse than the previous. The last time I bought a Dalmatian, I only found out that it was a dog when I went home and took a bath. Who do you think I can find to reason with? The man smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, you must be joking. I value my reputation the most. I definitely won't lie." The fatty said, "It's best to try it on the spot. If it's really good, I'll buy it all." The man said, "I don't know if there are any patients with injuries. Please come and try it." The fatty smiled and said, "How can a sick person squeeze in? However, I do have an idea. I wonder if you want to try it." The man smiled and said, "Naturally, I'm willing to try it. However, I have to say that if this ointment is effective, young master should buy it all." The fatty said strangely, "Do I look like someone who goes back on his words?" The man smiled apologetically and said, I don't dare. I have 50 ointment here. Each one is 5 silver coins. Please count it." After saying that, he went to take more ointment from his bag. The fatty waved his hand and said, "No need. It's too troublesome. I believe you." After saying that, he took out a stack of banknotes from his chest and said, "I have 30 silver coins here. It's more than enough to buy your ointment. If your ointment is effective, I'll naturally buy it all." The man was overjoyed and said, "Young master, please tell me how to test the efficacy of this ointment." However, the fatty continued to say, "Don't ask me how to test it first. I still have a request. Young master, please speak." The man was puzzled. The fatty shamelessly said, "My request is, what if your ointment is not effective? How will you compensate me?" The acrobat man was stunned. He smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, listen to me. If this ointment is ineffective, I naturally won't dare to take a single coin from you. How can I compensate you?" -2. Chapter 240. The fat man said, "Why don't you compensate me? I came here to buy medicine, so I naturally have my own intentions. If you sell fake medicine, then wouldn't you be deceiving my childish heart? Leaving an indelible shadow on my path of growth? This is a problem that will affect my entire life. Do you think I won't take it seriously? Can I not compensate you for mental damage?" Zhong Xiaohua watched from afar and couldn't hear clearly. Otherwise, wouldn't she have fallen from the tree? However, Zhong Xiaohua came down from the tree and slowly squeezed into the crowd. She wanted to see what the fat man was up to. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but bitterly say, "Sir, please spare my life. I only have a few coins of silver on me. My entire fortune can't compare to your 30 taels of silver. How do you want me to compensate you?" The fat man laughed and said, "It seems like you are selling fake medicine. If your medicine is not fake, then why don't you dare to agree to my conditions?" The man looked around and saw that the crowd was quite far away from them. He knew that he was in trouble and sincerely said, "Sir, my medicinal plaster is real. My ancestor was a doctor from a famous sect and passed down this prescription. This little one has traveled north and south for many years and relied on this medicinal plaster. I have never seen anyone smash my stall. Sir, please rest assured." When the fat man heard this, the smile on his face became even wider and said, "Since your medicinal plaster is real, why don't you dare to agree to my conditions? Since you don't dare to agree to my conditions, then your medicinal plaster is fake." The man defended himself and said, "Sir, what kind of reasoning is this?" The fat man laughed sinisterly and said, "Naturally, it is my reasoning. If you don't agree to my conditions, then this medicinal plaster is fake and I will smash your stall." The man helplessly said, Okay, I will listen to sir. However, this little one doesn't have 30 taels of silver in my entire fortune. We need to talk about it in advance. The fat man rolled his eyes and said, "This is easy. Just put your prescription on the table." You. The man was so angry that he laughed and said, "So sir has such thoughts? Sir, you are smart. Originally, I wanted to play with you. It was you who reminded me." The fat man laughed and said, "However, if your medicinal plaster is not effective, then what use do I have for your lousy prescription? And if your medicinal plaster is effective, how can your prescription lose to mine?" The man thought about it and felt that it made sense. He became bold and his tone became louder as he said, "Sir, this little one agrees. I just don't know how you will test it." When the fat man heard this, he was overjoyed. He also looked around and loudly said, "Sir, you have seen and heard. This hero wants to make a bet with this young master. If his medicinal plaster is effective, I will use this 30 taels of silver and buy all of his medicinal plasters. But if his medicinal plasters is TT, then he will give me all of his medicinal plaster T. I have a very good reputation in Lu Town. Now, please be a witness. If there is any dispute later, please say something. Don't say that I bullied outsiders." The onlookers did not speak, but the fat man's followers all clapped their hands and praised. The bodyguard in black looked at them with a smile and stood to the side with his hands crossed. When the medicine seller heard this, it seemed to be different from what the fat man said just now. However, he did not know how to refute it. Anyway, his medicinal plaster was very effective, so he did not argue. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua had already squeezed his way to the front. He frowned as he watched this farce. He was calculating in his heart. He did not know what this fatty was planning. Although this fellow looked stupid, he had been tyrannical in Lu Town for so many years. Today, he was looking for trouble with others. It was a senseless act. However, he would not give away 30 taels of silver for nothing. Sure enough, the fat man then said to the medicine seller, "Since everyone is willing to be a witness, let's start now." The man said, "Sir, please advise." The fat man smiled and said, well said, as long as we break your leg and apply the ointment, we'll see if it can reconnect your leg. Then we'll know if the ointment is effective or not." You. The man pointed at the fat man. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He said, "This is the method you said?" The fat man spread out his hands and said innocently, "Isn't this the method you asked me to say? What, you don't want to admit it? Or do you think your medicinal plaster is fake and don't dare to try it?" The man's face was livid. He bit his lips tightly and did not know what to say. The fat man clapped his hands and said, "Since you don't want to try it, then this medicinal plaster must be fake. Quickly give me the prescription. I still want to tease your monkey." After saying that, the attendant, who was observing the situation, immediately walked forward and picked up the rope tied around the monkey's neck, wanting to take the monkey away. Only then did the medicine seller understand that the fatty had taken a fancy to his monkey. As the saying goes, time breeds fondness. It was the same for animals. The monkey had been with the man for a long time. The man naturally did not want to let it be taken away. However, the situation was better than the man. Facing a bully with many followers, the man faintly had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the fat man did not want to end things here. He stretched out his hand and squinted his eyes. He said, "And the prescription of the medicinal plaster? If you don't take it out now, when will you?" The man's medicinal plaster was the real thing. The prescription was also passed down in his family. It was the foundation of the man's family. He definitely could not give it away. Thus, the man cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this little one is new here and is very presumptuous. If you like this monkey, please take it away. It has been with this little one for many years and is very intelligent. Please treat it well. In addition, this little one drifts in the Jianghu and relies on Gaou to make a living. Sir, please be magnanimous and make things convenient. If we meet in the future, it will be something to remember." The fat man was idle and looked for entertainment all day long. Today's matter was originally for the monkey. However, from the man's words, He felt that the prescription had some value. He had evil thoughts and wanted to get the prescription so that he could take credit in front of his father. Thus, how could he take the man's pleas to heart? The fat man said, "You, man, why don't you ask around? My reputation in Lu Town has always been very good. Since I've said it, how can I take it back? Hurry up and take out the prescription." The man had no choice but to lower his voice and say a lot of good things. However, the fat man was determined and did not relent. Zhong Xiaohua was furious and secretly said, "I was just looking for a reason to teach you a lesson. You really know how to give me a way out." Just as she was about to step forward, she felt someone pull her back. Zhong Xiaohua looked and saw that it was her second brother. Zhong Xiaohu did not say anything and only pulled Zhong Xiaohua out of the crowd. Zhong Xiaohua did not leave and struggled with all her strength. However, when she saw her second brother staring at her, she lowered her head and walked out. Once out of the crowd, Zhong Xiaohua angrily asked, "Second brother, what are you doing? Isn't this guy the bully who bullied our family? This is a good opportunity for me to teach him a lesson and vent our anger. It's also a pleasure to help others." Zhong Xiaohu looked around and pulled Zhong Xiaohua to the tree. As he walked, he said, "Xiaohua, do you think I don't want to teach him a lesson? But look around that bully. Don't talk about those servants. They're just clay chickens and pottery dogs. That black-clothed bodyguard next to him is a troublesome character. Do you still remember that last time? Didn't my master let them go for nothing and didn't hit them hard?" Then, Zhong Xiaohu continued, "Also, do you know why we didn't dare to spend all the banknotes in our family before?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Wasn't it because we were afraid that people would come to our door and cause trouble? But now that we've learned martial arts, why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, you're also a disciple of the Misty school. How can you shrink your neck like this?" Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "Don't try to provoke me. Let me ask you, we're not afraid of you, but mother, father, big brother, and sister-in-law all live in the Guozhuang house. If they find us, how will you deal with them?" This Zhong Xiaohua didn't know what to do. If it's because of our impulsive actions that bring disaster to our family, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Zhong Xiaohu said earnestly. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and her pupils suddenly shrank. She coldly said, "Second brother, that's also fine. If they find our family in the Guozhuang house, not to mention a disaster, even if they hurt a single hair on father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law, I'll kill my way to their door and exterminate their entire family." These words were full of murderous intent. If it were said by a Jianghu hero, it wouldn't be strange. However, Zhong Xiaohua had just entered the Jianghu, so how could she have such murderous intent? Zhong Xiaohu didn't understand. However, this kind of situation that involved family, even if it were Zhong Xiaohu, he would also do the same. He just nodded to show that he understood. In fact, Zhong Xiaohu didn't know that the attack on the rainy night had already shown Zhong Xiaohua the bloody side of the Jianghu. He could decisively take out the small sword and kill the black-clothed old man. This was the embodiment of his unswerving determination. Although Zhong Xiaohua was young and hadn't truly stepped into the Jianghu, his temperament was already mature. Although human life was precious and blood was glaring, if it could be exchanged for justice and the health of his family, he would naturally do it without hesitation. Zhong Xiaohu said again, "Although we're not afraid of trouble, if there's a way to avoid trouble, wouldn't that be better?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand and said, "Second brother, you have a lot of experience. Just say it, I'll listen to you." Zhong Xiaohu took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. He smiled and said, "Look, do you know who I am?" Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "It should be like this. These two date red horses are also very eye-catching. Second brother, you stay here and help me hold the fort. I'll go find that guy to satisfy my craving. What do you think?" Zhong Xiaohu thought for a while and said, "Okay, you go and try. If it doesn't work, then use Qinggong to escape." Zhong Xiaohua was displeased and said, "Second brother, don't look down on me. Qinggong is not used to escape." -2. Chapter 241. When the medicine seller saw that his coaxing and pestering had no effect, he said, "Since Master Zhao insists on this prescription, please wait for a moment. I will go and get it for you." The fat man smiled and said, "Seeing that you are so tactful, I will not make things difficult for you. Quickly give me the prescription and I will let you live." When the man saw this, he turned around and walked to the package. After dawdling for a long time, he walked over with the package. When he got close, he put his hand into the package and said, "Master Zhao, take it." Fatty Zhao smiled and stretched out his hand. Who knew that the man would take out a sharp dagger from the package and stab at his heart? Fatty Zhao was in the middle of a beautiful dream. He did not expect that danger would flash in front of his eyes. He was immediately frightened and his face turned ashen. He did not know how to dodge. He covered his head with his sleeve and shouted, "Fu Gui, quickly come and save me." Who do you think Fu Gui is? It was the leader of the servants. At this moment, he was commanding his subordinates to make the monkey do somersaults. In fact, it was not that he was not doing his job. It was just that when he saw that the man was only begging for mercy, he thought that he was the same as the victims he met in the past. There was no challenge at all. Therefore, he left his master and came to have fun. At this time, he heard the fat man's cry for help. When he looked up, the man had already rushed to the front of the fat man. The dagger flashed and blood splattered. When Fu Gui saw this, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He complained in his heart. He could not watch over the fat man for a while and such a thing happened. Not to mention the fat man losing his life, even if he lost a hair, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at the fat man's towering figure, Fu Gui complained in his heart, "Young master, you should hide first." When a person was in a critical situation, who would not have a natural reaction? When others saw the life-threatening dagger, they might have screamed and dodged far away. At the very least, they would have jumped to the side. However, Fatty only covered his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He was like an ancient animal called an ostrich. It only buried its head in the sand, but its butt was raised high up in the air. When the man saw that the fatty didn't dodge, he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised because he originally had a backup plan. He took out the dagger to scare the fatty away so that he could find a way out and escape. No one wanted to have their hands stained with blood. He was a fugitive, but this fatty didn't dodge. Wasn't that just pushing him to his death? Once he took out the dagger, regardless of whether he could injure the fatty or not, the authorities would not let him off. He was happy because this fatty was really too much of a bully. He had no choice but to take out the dagger. The hateful fatty was right in front of him. He just had to stretch out his hand and he would be able to vent his feelings and vent the humiliation just now. Therefore, when faced with the fatty who reacted faster than others, the man's dagger hesitated for a moment. However, in that moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away. The fatty seemed to have been pulled by a rope, and he instantly retreated. When the man realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. The fatty came out to bully people. Naturally, he didn't rely on wealth alone. He needed a bodyguard, and this person in black was one of them. Just now, when the man suddenly took out the dagger, the person in black was also caught off guard. He immediately rushed over, but the dagger was already close to the fatty's body. He might not be able to kill the fatty. Fortunately, the man hesitated for a moment. He barely managed to reach behind the fatty and reached out to grab the fatty's collar, pulling him out of danger. When the man saw the person in black blocking in front of him, he knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He didn't say anything and stabbed his head. When the person in black saw this, he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged while drawing his sword from his waist and fought with the man. As the saying goes, the shorter the weapon, the more dangerous it is. The dagger was already at a disadvantage against the sword. Moreover, the black-clothed man seemed to have a wealth of fighting experience. His martial arts were obviously superior to the man's. The man's several attacks did not pose any threat to the black-clothed man. Instead, the black-clothed man's sword left shallow scars on his body. It wasn't that the person in black couldn't seize the opportunity. It was just that his duty was to protect the fatty's safety. When the fatty bullied others, he only treated it as watching the show. The man who sold the medicine was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. The person in black wanted to protect him and didn't want to hurt his life. At this moment, the frightened fatty once again commanded loudly, "Master Sun, stab him to death. Stab him to death with one sword. I'll take responsibility for this matter. This bastard actually wanted to take my life just now. We're just defending ourselves. Quick, stab him to death." It was common for people of the pugilistic world to kill people. However, this was Lu Town. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and the protection of the government, if they really killed someone, there would be a lot of trouble. The person in black hesitated. The fatty said again, "Master Sun, I know you're just protecting my safety. It's fine. If you help me with this matter, I'll talk to my father. Just based on his prescription, I'll be able to exchange it for 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, I'll definitely have my father put in a good word for you in front of Hall Master Zhao. I guarantee that your future in the evil tiger gang will be boundless." These two conditions made the person in black's heart itch. Although money was tempting, a future was even more important. The current evil tiger gang's leader hadn't returned and had long been divided into two factions. He didn't have any backing in the gang and was often bullied. If he could gain Hall Master Zhao's favor with this, it would be a wonderful thing. The person in black made up his mind. He looked at the stranger in front of him and gritted his teeth. "Brother, don't blame me for being merciless. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't provoke? Leave your head behind and give it to me as a gift." As he spoke, he tightened his sword and blocked the man's dagger. Then, he kicked the man's crotch and sent him flying. Then, he flew forward and stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword was aimed at the man's heart. When the man saw that he couldn't dodge, he couldn't help but close his eyes and wait for the piercing pain. At this time, a loud shout resounded throughout the square, "Fu Gui, save me." When the person in black heard this, he was shocked. How could he dare to stab down with his sword? He immediately turned around and looked behind him. In the place where the fat man had been standing, there was a young man who wasn't very tall and looked somewhat weak. He had his face covered and was standing there. A servant was being stepped on by him. The others were a bit further away and looked in horror. The young man was holding the fat man in his hand. Fatty Zhao was being held upside down by the young man by the neck. His feet had long since left the ground and he was constantly kicking. The fat man's hands were covering his eyes as he continuously shouted, "Fu Gui, save me." A skinny young man was actually lifting a fatty who was much bigger than him with ease. This scene was very funny. Many of the onlookers were laughing so hard that they covered their mouths. The black-robed man was shocked, but he didn't dare to move forward. The fatty was caught, and as long as the other party exerted some force, the fatty's life would be taken. How could he dare to move? The fat man was still struggling and shouting. The young man frowned and lifted the fat man up with one hand. Then, he raised his other hand and slapped the fat man's face 4 times. The fat man's face immediately swelled up. The fat man let out a miserable scream and spat out a few teeth. He couldn't shout anymore. It was unknown whether it was because he had been beaten senseless or because of the pain in his mouth. The person in black frowned and said, "Brother, I am the evil tiger gang's Sun Yiding. I am this young master's bodyguard. I don't know why brother has come. You might as well say it. As long as I can agree, I will take care of it." The masked young man didn't say anything. He pointed at the man behind Sun Yiding. Sun Yiding understood and his heart relaxed. Since this young man saw injustice on the road, it would be easy to deal with. As long as the fat man's life wasn't harmed, he was willing to agree to any conditions. Thinking this, he left the man's side. Seeing this, the young man nodded slightly. Then, he did something that others didn't understand. That was, he randomly touched the fat man's clothes. The fat man's clothes were all stuffed into his own clothes. Then, he glanced at Sun Yiding who was walking over and smiled. He lifted the fat man up again and pointed in another direction. Sun Yiding was baffled. However, the young man's next action immediately made him understand. The young man kicked the fat man's thigh. The fat man screamed and stopped breathing. Like a ball, he was kicked by the young man in the direction he had just pointed. Sun Yiding didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly ran towards the fat man who was flying in the air. -2. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.